Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to Lansing, Michigan for day 2 of the FCS National Showcase. I'm Jared Kleppel along with Gerard Ascani. Wow, we had the first few games last night. We had some intense ones. We had one blowout. And today we're getting it kicked right off the right way with a finals rematch from 2025.
Domination versus redemption.
The story is the same.
The story is exactly the same. And for both of these teams, they are gunning to win this entire showcase. And for either of them, only one will walk away a winner. For either of them, it will be a disappointment. It will be a letdown. And right now, Olay has continually shown that they're the top team in FCS. We'll see if that continues today.
They put it all on the line coming to the showcase. Of course, they played an exhibition a little over a week ago against Lansing, a close one in Grand Rapids, winning by 1 goal. And today they put their undefeated record in the FCS on the line once again in the National Showcase. Against a Midwest team that, when it looked like we were warming up, they're a little bit thin on players this morning.
It looked like a little bit thin, but they did have some players show up later, and, you know, they have a lot of talent. One of the things that made Midwest United so successful last season was how deep they were, and so we anticipate seeing a lot of that talent come through today.
Let's take a look at the starting lineups for both of these squads. First, for Olay Futsal. Out there, we have, of course, in goal, it's none other than Frankie Mendoza.
Actually, it looks like we had a late change.
Andres Montes.
Andres Montes is starting.
They, Coach Fabian bamboozled us with that one. Bamboozled. Andres Montes in goal, along with him, Aaron Gomez, Jair Real, Cesar Alayo, Johan Vasquez as well. And for Midwest United, it's Hasevich, Montañez, Saldanas, Leon Garcia, and we see Jose Vicario in goal, one of the best in the FCS.
One of the best. Jose Vicario never disappoints. He's always an outstanding shot stopper and just contributor offensively as well.
So the whistle blows, and we are off and away for the first match of the day. And it's Olay and Midwest, Grand Rapids Red versus Grand Rapids Blue, in possibly one of the most anticipated matches of this showcase. I mean, I don't even think I can say possibly.
No,
it's definitely the most.
I was literally thinking the same thing. This is the most anticipated matchup. These two teams have been dying to get back on the court together since the last final. Olay wants to continue to show their dominance in the FCS, and Midwest United is just trying to recapture some of their former glory. Before the FCS had they had summer series and different things. Midwest United was Migos, and they had actually won that before.
And, of course, the most recent outing for Midwest United in the FCS in 2024, making it all the way to the final and losing to Detroit Imperial. So they made the final twice in a row and lost both times. So not only is it redemption with Olay, but they're also, wanting to get back to some of those winning ways. We are going to see Coach Gio Garcia on the floor. Is an early chance from Leon Garcia. Gets blocked by Montes. And speaking of the change to Montes, what do you think about that? Mendoza not starting out in goal for Olay.
I'm not shocked to see it. So Frankie and
whoa, it's a goal!
Wow, Gerardo Montanez. We haven't seen him in action in a while, but last season in the FCS, he was incredible. His clinical touch is always unparalleled and unrivaled in the league. Outstanding shot right there. As we were talking about Frankie Mendoza versus Andres Montes, they split time. So not shocking to see typically Frankie Mendoza starts matches, so that's really the only surprise for us. Andres Montes usually closes them out.
How often do you see Olay go down that early?
Seldom.
And I don't think we have in the FCS.
Well, we have. We talked about this in the exhibition match.
That early.
Oh, that early.
Yeah.
Oh, no, yes.
I mean,
right.
it was less than
early.
3 minutes actual time. That's not even game time. And that is, and so for them to go down is very rare. And for them to go down that early is even more rare. So the Grand Rapids Blue get the upper hand right away through Gerardo Montañez.
And one thing that's not surprising is the quality of Midwest United. There's a reason that they made the finals last year. They have a very deep squad, and Gerardo Montanez is one of those players that just is an outstanding contributor.
Under pressure here again, Olay. Vito Esquivel has to hit it off of Cervantes. Restart through Montez upcoming. Vito Esquivel in the back. He gives it up. Gio Garcia toe poke. Kick save from Montez.
Wow, excellent play from Gio Garcia there, showing he's still got the chops, even as the coach coming in. Great steal, great early shot, too, to test Montoya.
Not a mistake we often see from Esquivel in that giveaway. And now Jonathan Stout with it. First time we've seen him in FCS action. A staple for Olay in years past.
He's one of the players that Fabian Rodriguez is most excited to have. So if you had a chance to check out the exhibition, Gabe Villagomez was another player that Fabian Rodriguez was really excited to see, and he had a phenomenal impact. And he says Jonathan Stout is even the next level.
Vicario blocks that near post strike. And we have essentially a corner for Olay here. Crawford puts that one over the net. We talked about Gio Garcia, coach and player this time. Wow, look at these shiny shoes. I just noticed it. Isaac Cervantes. A little glow up in his shoe game, it looks like. It's a little bright from here.
Distract the eyes.
Yeah, maybe that's how they scored their first goal. Corner kick for Midwest. Fighting for it in the corner. Olay comes away with it. Defense for Midwest, causing the turnover.
Another excellent save from Montez. He is just such a flyer as a goalkeeper. He dives and glides and flies all over the place, much like Rey Mysterio.
Rey Mysterio throwing it out there. So we take another look at that chance from Isaiah Meyer.
The only thing he's missing is the mask. And I think if we gave him the opportunity, he'd probably wear it.
Maybe we'd think that's who he actually is if he had the mask on.
He might be.
Here is Johan Vasquez. Goes down the line to Real. Back to him. Little touch. Vicario has to deny it from getting all the way to Stout. Or else that would have been an easy back post. Tap in for Jonathan Stout. He goes to the benches. J.R. Real looks to go down the line. Inside! And it gets past the heel of Vicario. 1-1.
What an incredible shot from Jair Real. This just beautiful placement here. Jose Vicario is incredible at shot stopping.
Oh, man.
And Real just finds the back corner and puts the deft touch. Just Vicario can only get a deflection on it, but outstanding placement from Real.
Aaron Gomez looking to make it two in quick succession. Vicario says no, but I cannot believe that Vicario let that one go by. I mean, he is so solid, and it was just.
He is, but when you have a shot like that low, so it's low and away from Vicario. Vicario had the leg in the right position. It just bounced off of it. So It was like just high enough to avoid the kick save, but just low enough to avoid the hand save.
Yeah, that's a tough one.
That's just fantastic placement from Real, and, we've come to expect that from him all season.
Shot from Real blocked by the sliding boot of Gerardo Montañez. Corner for Olay.
Real was tied for a leading goal scorer for Olay last season in the FCS with Sammy Esquivel. And fun fact, it was actually Real that had to let us know that he was tied because we had inaccurately credited one of the goals to one of his brothers because they swapped jersey numbers one game.
That's the way to make it challenging. Have the same last name and swap numbers. Here he is, J.R. Real. Faced up by Montañez. Gets a little space. That one got through all the way to Vicario, and he handles it.
Yeah, that just the ability to create the space on that play shows you Jair Real's technical skills and that technical ability to make his own opening.
Oh, the turn from Jorge Saldanas. That was a good one, finding space where there was not much. Challenged Montez, and he handled it well. Olay down the line, they lose it. They're going to make substitution now. Mose Crawford in, and waiting is Stout, as well as Martinez and Esquivel as well. So still no Sammy Esquivel for Olay this weekend, I believe.
No, yeah, it seems he's still hurt, so I don't know the extent of the injury, but he missed the exhibition match with an injury, and he's still missing now. So we wish him a swift recovery.
Gio Garcia with it for Midwest. When he left this court last, he was kind of hobbling with some cramps, I think.
He played outstanding in that tour, and so for those that didn't see it, the FCS tour that was in Lansing, Midwest United beat Jenga in the final to win that tour. And so for a lot of ways right now, as far as the FCS tour is related, Midwest United is the defending champ.
Ball into Hasovic. Turn! Oh, he didn't miss that back post by much.
He did not. And look, that is a great example of what Hasovic brings to the team. He didn't play in the last tour for Midwest United. His ability to hold up play and create opportunities off the spin is just, one of the best in the league.
First time we said his name today, Fugert Hasovic, outside of the fact that he was a starter. He has been one of the movers and shakers for the Grand Rapids Blue in the FCS. Up in that pivot spot. He looks to get it here, but the pass is off. Cesar Martinez now. Oh, Gio Garcia, 3v1. Just the keeper to beat. Midwest United surely will go up by one, and they do.
Wow, just excellent work right there. Great teamwork, great positioning. It's that extra pass. The extra pass is so necessary because Montez is ready for that shot from Fekrit, but he makes that extra pass to Gio Garcia. Garcia makes the great run to be ready. Just slots it home.
2-1, Grand Rapids Blue on top. Here they come again. Oh, wow. Surely thought Cervantes was going to put that one away just a little bit out of his reach. They could have had another one. Oh, Montez has to come all the way up. Does he keep that in? Wow. No, he didn't. Didn't keep it in. An uncommon giveaway for Olay leads to this possession for Midwest. Ball inside, not there. We're going to see a foul here, yes. I think it's the first whistle of the game.
It is. First whistle. First foul.
12 minutes in between these two teams, first whistle. That's,
they play really clean. Yeah, both teams play really clean, and they demonstrate composure and just ability to maintain their physicality.
Oh wow, Gomez from Esquivel. He's all smiles, but I think that's a smile I can't believe I missed that smile.
Just shock and surprise.
How about this? I mean, the first 12 minutes, it's like both teams showing possession, both teams showing chances on goal. 3 goals already. We're getting an entertaining show these first 12 minutes of the game. Olay on the far side, establishing possession. Aaron Gomez, he's got Vasquez to his left. It comes to him. Alayo now on the far side, takes it across the half line. Diagonal to Gomez, near post, outside the goal. Restart coming. Long distribution all the way to Hasovic. Got it in the corner. Did he win a corner? He did.
Yeah, we talked about that at the beginning of the match. The offensive distribution from Jose Vicario. He's, one of the best in the league at his distribution. He actually led the league in assists as a goalie last year.
It's one of the key factors that helps differentiate between the exceptional keepers and the keepers that are solid but not exceptional.
Yeah.
Is distribution's one of them, positioning is one of them,
Yep.
and then how they can play with their feet. Those are like three really big ones. Of course, you can throw in futsal technique like a split save.
One other thing, you mentioned a lot, too, as far as when you make the shot stop, when you save the ball, do you maintain possession?
Correct.
That's another huge asset. And, so one of the things that Vicario's really good at as well, like not only stopping the shot, but maintaining possession.
Yeah, you're totally right about that. Being able to nullify any kind of follow-up is huge as a goalkeeper in futsal. And that's actually how a lot of goals are scored. The first one's blocked, and it's the follow-up that is lost track of, or the goalkeeper can't be in the right position, and defenders lose track or are collecting, surrounding the first opportunity. Happens quite a bit. Corner kick Olay with just under 8 to go in the first half. Oh, that ball got through cleanly. Jerry out to the near post.
And Vicario is not getting beat 5-hole there. Locks down the 5-hole with a knee save.
Olay off the corner. Jerry shot deflected. Anytime he gets a little bit of space to get a shot off, even if it gets past the first player, even if there's other players there, it makes you a little bit nervous if you're Midwest because, you don't know what can happen on the deflection. Like, that first goal, that goal, it was like it wasn't the best, shot in the world, but it just bounced in a way that got over the leg of Vicario.
Yeah, Jair just has an uncanny ability to find the back of the net. He has to be one of, if not the best, pure scorer in the FCS.
Olay getting comfortable with some possession here in the defending half. Midwest applying adequate pressure. Picking up right around the 10-meter mark. Mose Crawford to Gomez near the halfway line. Ball into the pivot. Gets there. Back to Crawford, the header. Not going to trouble Vicario. Well, from behind, Johan Vasquez, no call. Very surprising. Can Olay capitalize? No. How about the other way? Good poke from Cesar Martinez. Had to put down my headset for a minute to grab that ball as it went out behind our booth. Ball got stuck for a moment out for a corner. Gio Garcia to take it. Goes short to Hasovic. 3 Olay players in the vicinity. Space for Isaiah Meyer. Trying to go back post.
Thought he got Isaiah Meyer. Yeah, we haven't seen him in action since last FCS before the playoffs. He was a big component of their success last season, but because of his college commitments, he wasn't able to play in the playoffs or the final.
Shot from Gio Garcia. It's a banger. It was going near the top right corner, and Montez able to make a save. And we saw him make those Gio Garcia in the Lansing tour. He had quite a few goals, especially he was talking about how he was tired and cramping for that last game. And then he scored 3 goals.
I know, and it's one of the things, he's decided to be a coach not because of lack of ability or lack of impact on the game. He just likes being a coach more than being a player, but he has phenomenal skill. And he even played for Olay before. He played with them back when it was ABK.
Oh, near post strike. Thought it was a kick save, but it went out first. Raul Montañez, the attacker there for Midwest. We mentioned about them looking a little bit light, but you mentioned some players kind of rolling in a little bit later, and both benches are quite full, I'd say, for the day.
Yeah, that's one of the things that really led to both of these teams' success was truly their depth. Both teams have an assortment of 15 to 20 players to call on for every single match.
Oh, there's a very dangerous opportunity. Mose Crawford, I think Saldanis was there along with Vicario.
Yeah, Stout created that opportunity for Cesar Martinez, but outstanding save for Vicario. And Mose Crawford was in position to get that deflection, but just couldn't capitalize on it.
This rolls over the sideline for a kick in deep in Midwest territory. 3.5 to go. Saldanis up the line, really just going to clear this away as the 4 count was catching up to him.
You know, we saw that a number of infractions of the 4-second violation yesterday, both by goalies and by outfield players, and I don't anticipate seeing some of those mistakes from these two teams.
Olay won a handball. Multiple players, including on the bench, crying out for it. I did not see a hand there. It was kind of far away from our booth here, so not quite sure.
If anything, it was incidental contact.
That's probably what the men in yellow were thinking. On the sidelines, probably the toughest job in the whole building.
Absolutely.
Those two officials, you know what it's like, Gerard.
Seldom will you find everyone in the building agreeing with you as an official. Most often, if you're doing your job right, everyone is upset with you.
So a timeout, first one of the match, going to be called by Midwest United. So, Gerard, in this one, I see our sponsor on the screen. I got to do a quick. Let's be friends. Gerard, let's be friends, my brother. Ally Marketing, if you're looking for a friend in the marketing space, check out allymarketing.us, allymarketing.us. Ally Marketing is the official marketing partner of the FCS. Ally Marketing, let's be friends. And let's talk about what I was going to say before I saw that. So far, we're almost 1/2 in. Midwest has the 1-goal advantage. Mm-hmm. Is this what you expected? Are there things, is the game going how you thought it would go?
I didn't expect it to be as high pace back and forth. One of the things that Olay Futsal Club does the best in the FCS really is control the flow of the games and really slow it down and maintain possession. But Midwest United is not allowing them to do that at all, and they're being very disruptive defensively with their pressure. And so we're seeing very much a back-and-forth game. And so I didn't anticipate that. I did anticipate being very close, though. These are two extremely talented teams. And so coming in, anticipating a very close matchup.
Play resumes with the essentially corner kick for Olay. And Midwest quickly get it. Saldanas trying the cheeky little chip over Montez. And he sniffs it out. Olay quickly the other way. Here's Real. To Real. 99-9 there. The brother connection. Do we only have 2 Reals today? I think we only have 2.
No,
there's all 3.
All 3 Reals are
all
here.
All 3 are here. To be honest, sometimes I forget which one is which, and I just say Real because I know it's going to be right.
Real's the right way to go.
The right way to go. Just about 90 seconds to go in half number 1. Olay seeking to go into the locker room all square. And Midwest trying to hang on to this 1-goal advantage and possibly get another of their own. Isaiah Meyer could do it here. 1v keeper, just Montez to beat. Stumbles. Got the ball caught under his feet. Wow.
Very surprising that not to even come away with a shot on goal from Isaiah Meyer. Shocking, really. Great pressure from Montez to really disrupt that flow.
I'm sure Meyer wishes he had that one back. It's very easy in the speed of this game and how fast the ball moves, particularly on the court surface, for the ball to kind of get caught directly under you.
Yeah, I think Montez just timed his run defensively to come out very well, and it caught Isaiah Meyer in between dribbles, and he wasn't able to recover.
So now with just over 30 seconds, J.R. Real working with his teammates in the red, trying to pull even. Esquivel with a shot deflection. No trouble for Vicario. Long diagonal. Can Leon Garcia keep it in? He does. He's got help coming to the back post. Can he find a way? Great defense from Olay to lock that down. 12 to go. One last opportunity here. Oh, thought it would be for Midwest, but it's going to be Olay. No. Midwest now with it. 2 seconds, 1 second. Time expires before any chance can find its way into the open. And we have reached halftime. Midwest on top of Olay Futsal Club by a score of 2-1. Attempted to give you some live stats there. Looks like something didn't quite work there. But one thing that was interesting to me about the stats of the first half is the shots are very similar, 18 for Olay and 21 for Midwest. But if you look at who took the shots, that's very interesting because J.R. Real has 8 shots, and then it's like 2, 1, 3, for a couple other of the players. And for Midwest, it's a little more distributed. You have the highest player with 6, more players with 3 shots. So it's like there's more going on there, whereas for Olay, it's a lot, J.R. Real getting some space, taking a shot, and trying to find like a deflection or something. Yeah,
it's one of the things that is interesting about the first half because it's not something that we typically see out of Olay. They're not a team that takes a lot of shots, and they're not a team that allows a lot of shots either. It's one of the things we've talked about, their phenomenal goalie play, and really they don't get a lot of opportunity to stop shots because they don't allow a lot of shots on goal. But we're seeing a lot of shots today, and it really is the play is a lot more open than anything we've really ever seen from Olay.
Yeah, and, on the Midwest side, I think they've actually created a lot of chances with their defensive pressure.
Yeah, they have.
Yeah, and I think a lot of their goals have actually come from pressing up, getting that. I mean, the last one, it was like a 3v keeper. I think it was 3v1. They beat him with the first pass, and then it's 2v keeper, and it's like,
Yeah, it's one of the things, and so switching up that pressure from Midwest United, not allowing Olay to just maintain possession and possess the ball in the attacking half. Midwest United is being very disruptive defensively today.
So that's first half. Second half is just around the corner. We're going to take a quick break, send you to our sponsors, and we'll be right back here for half number 2 in 60 seconds. Don't go anywhere.
Committing a crime so you can try to escape from prison. Bad idea. Going to the pod escape room to play an escape game with your friends. Great idea. Test your skill as an astronaut in outer space. Find Santa in Save Christmas. Or take a vacation to an abandoned island. Just don't get stuck there. The Pod Escape Room. Learn more at thepodlansing.com.
Ladies and gentlemen, it is the Futsal Champions Series National Showcase. Game 1 of Day 2. Olay Futsal Club and Midwest United, the two Grand Rapids Titans, clash in this classic battle as J.R. Real goes down early, and
Olay wanted a call there. I don't think that there's a call warranted or a foul. Jair really initiated some of that contact, even though he did end up falling down.
So no whistle in that first, it was about 10 seconds, 20 seconds.
And that's really the most frustrated I've ever seen Fabian Rodriguez with the officials in any game. So he definitely thought there was a foul there.
If you're just joining us for this second half, Midwest United started off the scoring with a goal, and Olay tied, and then I think there's maybe 8-10 minutes left in the half. Midwest got their second, and they currently lead by 1.
And we see 2 goalie changes. One we anticipated with Frankie Mendoza in goal for Olay Futsal Club. But the second, this is the first time we're seeing in action as he gets as he comes out and protects the goal right there. Marco Narvaez.
Marco Narvaez. Could be Narvaez. We'll practice that one a couple times. He steps in net, and as you mentioned, first time we've seen him in goal for Midwest United.
First time we've seen him in the FCS.
In the FCS as well. A shot from Gomez, just wide. High pressure from Olay. You can tell they're coming out with some high intensity and urgency early in this second half. This is a big game for both these teams, and I would say probably even more so for Olay as Crawford's toe poke goes wide because of the 7 teams. You don't have like 2 groups and you play everyone in the group. It's going to be the top 4 teams over all 7 teams after round robin play, and for Olay, they play Chicago House after this, which is a team that has shown strength. And for Midwest, they play Capital Futsal, which is a team that has not shown that as much. However, yesterday, Capital only lost to Chicago House by 1. So that was kind of what we thought coming into it. But, for both of these teams, obviously this is a huge game. And, things can get a little bit crazy with the 7 teams. I mean, you can have a lot of teams at 1-1. It could be starting to get to goal differential, for tiebreakers because some of them aren't going to be playing each other.
Yeah, the way things are shaking out right now, it looks like 4 points will have you be safe, but 3 puts you in a really tough spot, and anything less than 3, you're not getting in.
And not only that, but we have not seen Olay lose a game in FCS action, and these are shorter games. It's a different game for this group stage with a 22-minute halves running clock. But that would be, it'd be a pretty big thing for them to drop a game.
This would be the first game that we've seen them lose in over a year. And if any team's going to do it, Midwest United has been. They almost did it the first game of last season.
That's correct. That was a 6-6 draw in a very dramatic fashion. Multiple goals being a lead of 2 or more goals being completely destroyed multiple times.
Yeah, just the resilience from Midwest United to continually come back when being down.
Jonathan Stout goes down. Helps him out as Gio Garcia. Thought maybe he got tripped up, but no call.
Yeah, he did get tripped up, but no call. That is, again, another interesting decision.
And here he is, Jonathan Stout, number 13. Goes back to Vasquez, who goes right back to him. Inside Crawford. Can he create a little space? Ball gets through to Narvaez. Turnover from Midwest, forced by Stout. Vasquez. A nice, cheeky chip there on the
outstanding
kind of
effort from Raul Montanez to cover the back goal like that. Narvaez was in a dangerous position coming out, and Vasquez almost took advantage, but Montanez was able to protect the goal.
Here's J.R. Real at the 10-meter spot.
And
two Midwest defenders come up.
Look at how Midwest United closes down the middle, especially when Jair's on the ball. They are anticipating a shot every time he gets the ball.
Stout with a left foot strike, goes wide. Keep a restart coming up.
Very surprising on that play right there from Olay to not see anyone make that patented back post run. Stout put the ball in a dangerous position, but there was no support provided back post.
Restart from Frankie Mendoza. And Olay start their rotation. Pablo Real kind of facing a double as Leon Garcia cut off the pass back. Now Real isolated on the wing. Whoa, nearly found Pablo Real at the back post.
Yeah, and that you could see the Real connection in full swing right there. They just were a little bit off. Almost had the back heel flick, did Pablo.
Long distribution headed inside. There's Manny Bedoya. We saw him make an impact at the tour.
Yeah, Manny Bedoya was fantastic in the tour. He was one of the leading scorers, and he was the leading scorer, and he did an excellent job just finding the back of the net the entire tournament.
2v2 here for a moment. Shot blocked. Olay still with possession. Chip to Real, brings it outside of the foot. First time in the air. That's a tricky one. It kind of showed because it didn't really go exactly where he needed it to go. And Gomez gets shoved to the ground by Hasovic. Not too subtly. Take another look on that far sideline. Might have been tricky to see on camera, but it was very clear and obvious. So Esquivel stands over the chance for Olay. Goes to the back post. And somehow it screams through the zone.
Just a little too wide. Gomez was in position at the back post, but is a little too wide for him to even connect with it.
Lito Esquivel finds J.R. Real in a very promising position, but Marco Narvaez.
Yeah, really great run off the ball for Jair Real just to create that opening and catch Manny Bedoya off guard.
Another left foot strike. Now Narvaez has to make another save. Gomez disappointed with his.
Yeah, the story early in this second half really is Marco, the new goalie for Midwest United. He is creating a lot of shot-stopping opportunities and preventing this attack from Olay from delivering.
Mendoza has to come out of his arc to head that one away. With 10 minutes gone in half number 2, heavy pressure from Olay. J.R. Real trying to bring it down. Isaiah Meyer there immediately. Intensity building in this group stage match. The first for either team.
And they both know how important it is to walk away with points out of this match. For either team, 3 points is really important in this match. And so whoever can walk away with the most points here will feel really good about their chances to advance in this tournament.
Great defense there from Isaiah Meyer. Stopped the quick counter by Olay. And now they set up. Corner kick for Olay. And the deflected shot from Aaron Gomez. Gomez gets it all the way on the near side and dribbles out of bounds.
A little surprised on that play. Gomez didn't attempt the shot first time off the volley. It is a high skill level task, but we have seen quite a few players, both on Olay and Midwest and Lansing City, be able to deliver on shots like that off corners.
Hasevich was looking into the pivot. It was Isaac Cervantes in that spot. Now heavy pressure for Olay as they try to get out of their defending half. And Midwest win possession.
You can see this high pressure from Midwest United is really catching Olay off guard, and it's just not something they're used to. It's not allowing them to play and maintain possession the way they like to.
All the way back to the man in black. He was looking for Meyer on the sideline. Cesar Martinez can't keep that one in. We're going to have our second timeout of the game. This one called by Midwest United with just under 10 on the clock. No goals yet in the second half, Gerard.
No, surprising. And we've had, 13 shots already from Olay. And the story so far for me is really Marco in goal. Marco Narvaez, he's shown an incredible ability to understand where to be, to position himself really for the barrage of shots that's coming his way. And that's something that really was a testament to what makes Jose Vicario a great goalie. So seeing this in a young, upcoming goalkeeper is really great. So far, he's already got 5 saves on those 13 shots. So great work from him. And, is Olay going to be able to break through this stout defense from Midwest United?
Now, am I seeing this right, that Midwest United has not recorded a shot?
That, I'm trying to look at this and see, and I'm surprised, honestly. No shots from Midwest United at all in the second half. No shots from Midwest United at all in the second half. Surprising.
So off the timeout. Executed exactly how they drew it up, except for the finishing touch by Isaac Cervantes. That really should have been goal number 3 for Midwest United.
It should have been. And we just got done talking about no shots for Midwest United while they get one off of a nice set-piece play.
Isaiah Meyer puts it into play for Midwest. Collecting in the middle is Montañez. Working on the outside with Meyer. Frankie's there to bring that attack to nothing. And Meyer gets a shot. Not much pace behind it.
Yeah, not much, but already, just like that, after the timeout, 3 early shots from Midwest United. What a difference after the timeout compared to before for Midwest United offensively.
Olay threatening here at the top of the arc. Shot from Martinez, blocked. And even though they didn't have many attacking chances for Midwest to hold off Olay during that period of time where the offense wasn't really threatening, that's definitely a positive for them. And I imagine as the time continues to tick down here, we're going to start to see intensity rise. These are 2 teams that do not want to lose to each other. Garcia on the counter, met by Mendoza.
Yeah, outstanding save by Mendoza right there. Just showing us all of the reasons why he was the leading shot stopper in all of FCS last season. 1v keeper with that, you expect Gio to put that in the back of the net every time. Yeah, in a lot of ways, as much as Midwest United didn't have a lot of attacking presence early in the second half, They don't need it. They're up 2-1 right now. So as long as they can prevent any goals from Olay, they're in a great position to walk away with 3 points.
They're going to have to show some more defensive prowess here with the corner from Olay. Strike from Martinez, follow up by Pablo Real. Both met by Narvaez.
And once again, 2 more saves. Those are 2 great opportunities on frame for Olay that Marco's just preventing from going in.
Shot by Stout near post, out for a corner. He'll do a quick sub. Aaron Gomez comes in. He's going to receive it. Not a great pass, has to take a settling touch. Midwest United comfortable, kind of just defend. Nice slide there. Always going to get whistled. I don't know if I agree with that.
Oh, and they took it fast.
And it nearly paid off for Pablo Real. Was going top shelf in the toe poke. Narvaez was there. J.R. Real loving that right foot. He gets it back. Directing traffic. Gomez in the middle. Pablo Real going back post and Martinez down the line. Gomez to the inside. Space toe poke. Blocked. Can Midwest get out for a counter? They can't. But now some pace and a slide. Surely.
Wow, fantastic tackle from Cesar Martinez there. I agree, no call. He got the ball, and it was just a follow-through from Martinez.
Wow, take another look.
Yeah, fantastic tackle by Martinez.
And that was kind of tough to see. I think I saw it differently, but the officials agree with you. And some discussion over.
Yeah, just the spacing. They're arguing over the 5-meter space that you need to give for the kick-in.
And really it's Olay who's delaying the game here, which is very odd. Oh, wow. Anthony Leon Garcia got all the way to him.
Well, once again, another great set-piece play, creating an opportunity on the back post that Midwest United can't finish.
Hasevich working with Garcia. Up to Leon Garcia.
And that's what, if you're going to beat Frankie Mendoza, you need plays like that to beat him because it's tough to catch him off guard, as we do get a foul call there on Hasevich, which, yeah, I do agree with that one as well.
Olay goes down and plays it, but the ball is still rolling, so we'll get another shot at it. Under 5 to go now in this tight match between the Grand Rapids Red and Blue. Pablo Real. Olayo to the back post. Pablo couldn't quite get there in time.
And Midwest United is playing suffocating defense right here. This is the most stout defense that we have seen from any opposition for Olay Futsal Club, really in the 13 months of the FCS.
Aaron Gomez intercepts the pass. Danger here for Midwest. Narvaez is there. And he has shown himself to be sufficient in goal for Midwest this half. Gio Garcia goes down. Pablo Real can't believe it. 3.5 to go. And coming up after this, Grace Futsal will take on Shoreline in a very important match for both teams. Yep. Shoreline already having 3 points on the 4-2 victory over Lansing yesterday, and Grace a 7-goal loss to Lansing. So they definitely need something, and they're going to need a win and goals to have an opportunity to get into the semis.
They will have to channel their inner Olay, as wins and goals typically come pretty natural for Olay, but not so much here today.
Olayo goes down, thought he was grabbed. J.R. Real was upset. 2:45 now. Clock ticking on Olay's undefeated FCS record. Winning the corner is number 23, Raul Montañez. Midwest not in a hurry. And clearly Olay trying to up the pace. Trying to get locked in the corner.
And they do it again. Yeah, this is just really excellent game control and situational awareness from Midwest United.
And Fleon goes right to Frankie's hands. Olay on the counter. Slide! It's not enough. Jerry Real beats Narvaez near post.
Wow. And
we're all square.
You know, it's the extra pass. We say it so many times with Olay, but Cesar Alayo, what a phenomenal job to make that extra pass instead of taking the early shot and just set up Jair Real for an easy goal.
2-2 now with 1:40 to go.
Well, Jared, if you wanted an intense way to start your Saturday morning, you got it.
This is it right here. Mendoza out of net and retreats back now. Stout! Oh! Jonathan Stout, top shelf!
Wow! Midwest United was locking down Olay for so much of the second half. And in a matter of 20 seconds, Olay roars back with just an incredible play with a hookup from Alayo and Real, and then a phenomenal shot, top shelf, from Jonathan Stout, showing in his first FCS action that he belongs.
And down goes Isaiah Meyer as we tick under 1 minute to play. Gio Garcia comes on as goalkeeper, fifth attacker for Midwest. In a matter of about less than 2 minutes actual time, Midwest went from up a goal to down a goal. Lito Esquivel tried to capitalize on the empty net opportunity. He doesn't. 30 more seconds. Can Midwest draw even here? They've done it before with a fifth attacker. Hasevich with Garcia. Garcia going across. Woo! The deflection for Olay, under 15. Stout comes up, 8 seconds to go, 7 seconds. They got to go now. It's got to go on frame. 3, 2, 1. Olay Futsal Club in dramatic fashion. They stay undefeated in the FCS.
Wow. Wow.
Oh, my goodness.
Midwest United controlled this game for 98% of the match. 98% of the match, they were in complete control. Their defensive just structure and cohesiveness was outstanding. They disrupted everything that Olay wanted to do for literally, so we played 44 minutes. For 42 of the minutes, they disrupted it. And that one brief stretch, really about 2 minutes in game time, or like 20 seconds in game time, but about 2 minutes in the clock time, unbelievable.
Yeah.
You're Midwest United walking away. You
gosh.
controlled that game the entire time, and then you walk away with a loss?
Yeah, that's tough.
If you tell me the final score, 3-2, before this game even started, I'm not surprised.
Right.
I'm not shocked at all.
Yeah.
Because Olay has done this consistently, and Midwest has played them competitively every time. And so to see that 3-2, not surprised. Either way, really.
Yeah.
But going into that, before that stretch, Midwest United was controlling the game so well. 2-1, they're leading. Marco Narvaez was doing an incredible job in goal, and then all of a sudden, just a 20-second stretch, they lose control. Olay puts 2 into the back of the net, and it's like, what just happened?
Olay ignited for those 2 goals. And I do got to say, I think I saw it a little bit differently. I think Midwest, I don't really feel like they were in control. I mean, the first half I thought it was pretty even. The second half, I wouldn't say they were in control. I mean, they had the lead, which is some kind of control, but they were defending for the majority of that half. I mean, even before the timeout, they didn't even have like a chance on goal.
When I say in control, what I mean is they're disrupting what Olay wants to do.
Well,
so
they're
controlling how the game is playing out. So they weren't in control of the ball, but they were controlling the flow of the game. What they were doing was disrupting Olay and disrupting what Olay wants to do and how they want the game to flow. And so that's what. So when I say control, it's a very unique way to say it. So not control in the sense of that they were maintaining possession, but they were controlling, they were dictating the flow of the game.
Well, they certainly were causing trouble for Olay's attack. We saw them providing some high pressure, but a lot of the second half was Olay in the attacking half. Very reminiscent of Lansing City having a lot of chances and a lot of shots and not coming away with it. But 2 goals in actual time, less than 2 minutes. And the last one, Jonathan Stout, he had been moderately effective in the game, nothing crazy, but that shot, man, he put that one a screamer in the top and gives Olay the victory.
Yeah, what a way to start the morning. If you haven't tuned into the games last night, this is a great way to start your Saturday morning and to be hyped for the rest of the National Showcase.
So that's going to do it for the first game coming up. It's Grace Futsal taking on Shoreline City in both teams' second match of the showcase. We're going to send you to our sponsors and take a quick break. Don't go anywhere.
Committing a crime so you can try to escape from prison. Bad idea. Going to the pod escape room to play an escape game with your friends. Great idea. Test your skill as an astronaut in outer space. Find Santa in Save Christmas. Or take a vacation to an abandoned island. Just don't get stuck there. The Pod Escape Room. Learn more at thepodlansing.com.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back to Lansing City Arena for match number 2 of the showcase, the National Showcase Day 2, Game 2, Grace Futsal and Shoreline. Both teams coming off of different results yesterday. Shoreline with a 4-2 victory over at Lansing City. In quite intense fashion. There was a red card in that game. And it was a lot of energy in that game, and then Grace Futsal dropped 7-0 to Lansing as well. And that's where both teams stand here in Shoreline City with under 2 minutes into the game. Get goal number 1.
Wow. Vincenzo Padilla. Outstanding work there to get to the outside and just beat Rodriguez, far post. Great shot. You know, it's one of the things I was wondering who was going to step up for Shoreline without Aldoni Mendez. He's suspended this game because of the red card. But with no Aldoni, also I don't see Alex Mendez here.
No,
Alex
he's not
Mendez
here as well.
Was a huge asset for them. The Mendez brothers were outstanding and were so much really the reason for the victory against Lansing City. And so without them, who's going to show up? And Padilla's already showing that he's ready for the task.
That was my mistake. Fabian Rodriguez, the goalkeeper for the other side. Shoreline City, relentless. They get goal number 2.
Yeah, I feel like it's Alvarez, if I'm not mistaken.
I think you're right.
We're still getting the roster lined up, but I think it's Alvarez that's in goal, and he's already got beaten twice very quickly.
And this time he makes a save.
Yeah, and just coming into this matchup, I did expect to see Shoreline walk away with the victory. I thought in big part because of at least Alex Mendez, but Shoreline showing that right now that they don't necessarily need him for this matchup. They're dominating early.
And if yesterday is any indication, Lansing City scoring 7 against Grace and Shoreline City beating Lansing City, 2 goals already. You could see a lot more numbers on the scoreboard.
Yeah, and ultimately for Shoreline, if they win, they're in through, so it doesn't actually matter how many goals they score. The most important thing for Shoreline is just to walk away with the victory. 6 points will see them through to the semifinals.
So that's what's on the line for Shoreline. For Grace, they definitely need a win to be in contention. Already in an early hole here, down 2. Shoreline with possession, long diagonal to the corner. They will maintain possession with the corner.
And just for a clear picture of the playoff hopes, the advancement in this tournament for Grace Futsal, they would need a victory to continue to be eligible for moving forward. However, not only a victory, they would have to shore up some of the goal differential. Again, like you said, they lost 7-0 to Lansing City. And having a negative goal differential, with that being the second tiebreaker, would not bode well for them.
Shoreline City thought that ball belonged to them. Instead, it goes to Grace Futsal. Oh, that one found the back of the net. That was a tough angle.
That was a tough angle.
Wow.
Yeah, incredible shot.
Is that Brandon Gomez, number 77? Yeah, just beat him near post. Wow.
It looks like he had some words with Andres Montes on the sideline after that shot. Not surprising for him to walk away a little bit more confident after slotting one home like that.
cleared out and nearly destroyed the cameraman in the corner. He did not have much time to react. Yeah, that last goal, very surprising, as Alvarez comes all the way up. It's an open net. Goal number 4. Shoreline City well on their way to a 1 seed here in the National Showcase.
Well, I guess the question at this point you have to ask yourself is, do we need to play the whole 44 minutes? Because at some point we're going to be really excited about this next matchup, Chicago House versus Olay Futsal Club. Shoreline, we were really uncertain about what was going to happen coming into this tournament, and they showed us yesterday against Lansing City that they could at least disrupt the flow for Lansing and capitalize on mistakes and protect the goal, as they prevented a number of shots from Lansing City from entering the back of the net. But they're showing here right now that they can score swiftly, especially without the Mendez brothers, which is just a testament to the depth of Shoreline City. This is, again, only their second time in action in the FCS.
Shot there, saved by Fabian Rodriguez. Actually, Fabian Rodriguez this time.
Actually, Fabian Rodriguez. No relation to the coach. At least we don't know. We don't think so. But the coach,
haven't been
Fabian
told.
Rodriguez, we haven't been told.
And assume there is no relation.
My initial thought was that Fabian
twin.
Rodriguez was going to be moonlighting as a goalie.
Yeah.
That's what I thought we were going to see, because he saw Gio Garcia playing, and he's like, you know what, it's my turn.
Yeah.
I could see Fabian just locking it down.
Dude, he would either lock it down or not. That's the two options, I think.
He would either let no goals in or a lot.
Maybe no in between. Certainly has had a lot of success at the coaching position. I don't know how it would translate to the floor. Maybe we need a coach's.
Well,
that'd be kind of.
So speaking of how it translates to the floor, we really, again, this happens all of the time with Olay Futsal Club. We barely mention this at all. Midwest United did not score any goals in the second half. And who was in goal in the second half? Mendoza. And, it's one of the things. I had a chance to talk to Joshua Pierce, the goalie for Lansing City, about his time with Olay Futsal Club. And one of the things he said about Frankie Mendoza is that for the entire time that Joshua Pierce was at Olay practicing, playing in games, he never observed Frankie Mendoza making a mistake with his positioning.
Wow.
Never observed him making a mistake, not understanding where to be, when to be there. And that is such a testament, not just of his shot-stopping ability, but just of his awareness.
Chance here for Grace Futsal. Emmanuel Soto Garcia, who was one of their more impactful players yesterday, had a chance that went just wide of the far post.
And so, looking back at that game, Mendoza only had 4 saves against Midwest United in the second half.
There wasn't a lot of shots
There's
either.
not.
Yeah.
4 saves, but he was a huge reason why Midwest United was not able to put the ball into the back of the net that entire half.
Yeah, Andres Montes was tried much more in that game than Mendoza. Shoreline on the counter. Brandon Gomez trying to add to his tally. Goals have come to a halt here for the time being for Shoreline. The attack for them goes nowhere.
And I'm not certain on the age here. We'll have to look back at the record books. But Carlo Santinales, he's only 14, and he now has 2 goals this tournament. Is he the youngest FCS goal scorer? I feel like was it Nathan Hahn for Midwest?
Yeah, he might have been 13.
13.
I can't remember exactly, but
yeah, but still pretty impressive for him to put in the shift that he has put in against Lansing City now, and then against Grace as a 14-year-old.
Shoreline City possessing in the attacking half. Missed touch there. Grace trying to capitalize. This stays with the possession of Shoreline.
And it really speaks to the talent that Shoreline was able to find building this team. Again, this is a new team to the FCS. They just formed. They draw players not only out of the Muskegon area but also out of the Grand Rapids area. And there is just an abundance of futsal talent in Grand Rapids, and it shows here with the addition. Not only do we have Midwest United earlier today and Olay Futsal Club both out of Grand Rapids, but here again, Shoreline City taking a lot of their talent out of Grand Rapids as well.
Pressure around the halfway mark for Grace Futsal. After those quick 4 goals, got to imagine that obviously they don't want to give up many more, but they have to figure out where their chances are going to come from, how they can try to start to dig into this lead. And it can happen quickly. Goals can come very fast, but that's true for either direction. Matt Fairchild with it. He's got Logan Erickson on the side, comes to him. Erickson turns in the middle, finds a double. Not a great pass, ends up in a turnover. The other way, Shoreline follow-up. Great save from Alvarez. And Erickson's there to stop the follow-up. Corner kick comes all the way to Rodriguez, and he was well on his way to clear the net there if he didn't hit the ceiling iron beams first. Shoreline City maintained possession. Essentially a corner kick coming here, played right to the 3 Grace defenders. Now Grace restarts play. They quickly give it away. Just under 10 to go now in the first half. A much different story than game number 1 of today. If you missed that one, it was Olay Futsal Club and Midwest United. They were at 2-1 already at this point. It ended up being a 3-2 thriller. 2 goals scored by Olay in the final 2 minutes of actual time. Grace Futsal going backwards. Shoreline trying to lock him in the corner. Grace gets out. Now a switch of the field to the other side. Decent work there for Grace to
decent opportunity.
Yeah, get some possession, get it to the other side, and probably call that a shot, but was not on target.
You know, one of the things, if you had a chance to watch Grace play in the FCS Tour in Akron, that was their first time in the FCS, and the competition at that tournament was a little bit lower than what we had anticipated here. So coming in, I did expect this tournament to be very difficult for them. You know, anytime you have Midwest United and Olay Futsal Club in a tournament, it's gonna be tougher. But for them, it's really about creating some of these moments, some positive takeaways from this experience to show growth as they continue to develop as a futsal club. And it is encouraging to see. Even if they walk away with a very lopsided effort today, it's encouraging to see these moments. It's one of the things that honestly was just disappointing about Midwest FC last season. Throughout the entire season, they continually got beat in very lopsided games. But there was no real development throughout the season. You saw no growth, no real moments to take away as positive for them. And so that's what I want to see from Grace Futsal even throughout today as we play potentially even in consolation games if they have that opportunity to do that, is what positive takeaways can they build upon.
And this is a team that is fairly new to the futsal scene. We were told by one of the players they're mostly a soccer team playing futsal, and I think it shows in what we see here. But there's a lot of, Jingo is a team that was kind of in that position last year. They mentioned that as well. it is possible to be competitive and be learning in that way. And that's something that they are trying to do. And obviously they're serious about it, not the first time, but the second time this summer that they're participating in an FCS event.
Yeah, and you love to see it. Regardless of what the results are on the scoreboard, you love to see them taking the opportunity to come out and to play, because for a lot of these athletes, they do not get to play high-level futsal often. And so this is really a treat for them to be able to get this experience, to play at this high of a level, and to really experience what it's like to challenge yourself and to push yourself to be better.
Jaden Bilek gives it away. This could be trouble. He commits a foul.
How
At
not?
least I thought so.
How not a foul right there?
Yeah, that was very surprising.
He was prevented from taking the shot on goal. His foot was blocked.
Yeah, he just got
pushed from behind. I mean, even if his foot's not blocked, he's pushed from behind.
Yeah, very surprising there. And nothing was called. That was probably going to be the best chance for Grace all game.
I'm a little surprised we didn't see more frustration out of Grace with the non-call, especially because of how dangerous of a spot that kick would have been from.
Shot blocked by Villagomez. Substitutions occurring for Shoreline.
It is one of the challenging aspects of officiating games in which it can feel very lopsided. You can tend to be a little less engaged. And, it's one of the challenges as an official. How do you maintain the level of intensity, regardless if it's a 4-0 scoreline or a 1-1 scoreline?
Ball into the middle, aggressive play for the defense. Number 27 thought he got pushed. Reese Erickson, I have to agree. Grace out of the back now. Looking for a long one. It's blocked by Brian Gomez, but just out of bounds. Shoreline City picking up man-to-man right around the 10-meter mark. Applying pressure, and it will pay off. Brian Gomez plays it in to Brandon Gomez. Now far side. The strike goes high for number 2, Janzale Rodriguez. A little bit thinner of a bench for Shoreline City than what we saw yesterday. You mentioned the 2 Mendez brothers not present. Aldoni on a red card. Couldn't play this game anyways.
Yeah, it looks like Alex Mendez was rostered for this match, so I'm not sure if maybe they didn't come because they were coming together and Aldoni was suspended, or if they just couldn't make it. Or, there's a third option. They just anticipated the victory and we're just going to come later today in the semifinal, so give other players more time to get, time on the court. Because that's one of the things that we saw once Aldoni left the game yesterday against Lansing City. Alex Mendez stayed on nearly the rest of the match. I don't think that he subbed the rest of the match once Aldoni left.
Yeah, he was on for a long time. I feel like there was a moment where I thought I saw him coming back in, so I think maybe. But if it was, it was not very often.
Yeah, and that's one of the things that sometimes on teams without depth, you can over-rely on players, and it's one of the challenges. It's one of the things that makes Olay and Midwest United really the teams that they are, is the depth that they have. And so any opportunity you have to build that depth and to give more players opportunities is really welcomed.
Huge disparity, without a surprise, in the shots right now for both teams. 24-5 in favor of Shoreline City, as Brian Gomez wins a corner.
And yesterday as we were concluding the broadcast, we had a chance to talk to really the owner, operator, the innovator for Grace Futsal, Reese Erickson. And he was just really appreciative of everything that we're doing here and the setup, the tournament, the opportunity for them to play. And you love to see that. You love to see really embracing the opportunity regardless of what the results end up being.
Stepping up on the defense was number 4, Nathan Geinier. And his shot goes wide. Restart from Rodriguez in the back. Brian Gomez with it now. Goes down the line. Holding up play. And defended well.
By Reese Erickson.
That ball into the pivot off the mark. Trying to find Janzel Rodriguez. And he does get it here. But now Grace the other way.
And one of the things I'm learning is Alvarez in goal for Grace Futsal is actually on loan from Chicago House. So he had the opportunity to play today for Grace Futsal, but he's actually rostered for Chicago House. He plays for their 07 outdoor team.
So curious if we see him in any FCS games next year for Chicago.
Yeah, likely. But the challenge for him at Chicago House has to be the quality of keepers, because they've already shown us 3 solid keepers. Sergio Castillo, somebody that has caught our eye early with a really high save percentage in both of the matches he's played. Just some outstanding saves. You know, yesterday for Sergio Castillo in goal, I think the only real challenge was the set pieces and just his positioning, not only where he's at, but also setting up the wall appropriately. And as a young goalkeeper, you would expect some of those mistakes and some of those challenges. The only goals that they allowed in yesterday were off of set pieces. Oh, and Alvarez actually plays for the 07 youth team for the futsal.
That brings us to the closing of the first half. A 4-0 scoreline in favor of Shoreline. They are looking to add more to their tally in the second half and boost their goal differential, though it's probably not going to be needed. It would just be a matter of getting a 1 or 2 seed. If they come away with 6 points, I'm sure there will be a 1 or 2. And for the Gray side, it's how can we recollect and find a way to break through, get some chances on goal. Haven't had too many opportunities for them in this one so far. In our second game of 4 this morning, you can see the other ones coming up. Olay going to be playing once again against Chicago House. And that one is definitely in the running for the second most anticipated match of this showcase.
Oh, yes, and absolutely the most anticipated match for Chicago House. They have been waiting months for this. Since they joined the FCS, I think this was the team they wanted to play the most. And we saw how they showed up and the intensity they played with against Lansing City. So I would not be surprised at all if we see a much different version of Chicago House than we saw yesterday against Capital Futsal. I feel like in a lot of ways for a young team like Chicago House, one of the challenges is leveling off that intensity and being able to be consistent with how you play in both the big matchups, in the matchups that you're favored in, as well as the matchups that you're underdogs in. And this is a matchup that they are going to be hyped for, and I think we're going to see a really intense, exciting adventure.
That's coming up right after this, slotted for right around 11 a.m. It's actually going to be a little bit before that, I believe, as these games only take about 50 minutes. Actually, no, it is going to be at 11. That was my mistake. We had originally had one other switch to the schedule, but what you see there on your screen is correct. Olay and Chicago House. And before we get started here, your quick prediction, Gerard, for that game. Do you think Olay comes out with a victory?
I do, yeah. I think Olay, it's hard to see them losing. The way, if Chicago House was here and they saw what Midwest United did defensively to really lock down the central area and just make it frustrating for Olay, if Chicago House can take away some of the success that Midwest United had, and then if they can figure out a way to create some more offense, because we saw those really expansive moments in time in the second half where Midwest United did not threaten with any attempts on goal. If Chicago House can be creative offensively, they can challenge. Absolutely they can, but I think Olay has demonstrated just a level of consistency that really has warranted their success and the reason they're undefeated in, I think it's 14 matches now in the FCS.
Wow. That'll be another big test for Chicago House. Really the ultimate FCS test with Olay performing so well and at such a high level all the time. And that's coming up right after this game.
It's 14 matches undefeated, but it's 13 matches that they've won
in a row.
So 13 straight wins in the FCS. And that includes both the playoffs last year and then an exhibition match against Lansing City. And so it doesn't matter if they're playing for fun in an exhibition match or if they're playing for all the marbles in the finals. They have won every time in the last 13 matches. So 13 straight wins and 14 straight undefeated. And we say 14 straight undefeated. That's just the games that they played. They've only played 14 in the FCS.
Yeah.
So it's not like it's just the last 14 games. It's their entire FCS career. They have been undefeated.
That will be tried again later today, right after this match at 11 a.m. And meanwhile, 2 minutes into this one here. No goals as of yet in the second half. We saw a lot of early ones for Shoreline in the first half, but a long break from any goal for either side.
Now, it does look like Grace Futsal has settled in and maintained a little bit more structure defensively just to frustrate Shoreline and not allow them to get some of those easy opportunities that they got early on in this match.
Shoreline trying to put together some possession and attack here. Turning with it is Rodriguez. And the ball to Brian Gomez. Deflected by number 10 for Grace Futsal. To the back post. Waiting for it was Vincenzo Padilla. Didn't quite make the connection, but there is a deflection out for a corner. Fighting for it in the corner. Stays possession with Shoreline. Wow, ball to the back post. No one there for either team. But not a bad idea. A couple substitutions for Shoreline City. Jaden Billek coming in. Ball was going towards him right there. Carlos Santiago also as well.
Whoa. Wow, great leave right there. That was a fantastic play by Juan Perez to just lay that ball off and set up a great opportunity on goal. By far the best chance that Grace Futsal has had all day.
Kicking was not on the line, gets turned over to Grace Futsal. For a moment, I thought that shot went in.
Yeah, it looked like it did, but just got the side netting. Yeah.
And possession quickly given back to Shoreline.
But again, that's one of the things we talked about earlier is the positive takeaways from this match. That's another moment of brilliance that it just didn't end up with a goal, but it was a great opportunity created. And if you can build on that, take away from that after this weekend, and just create more moments like that in each match, you're setting yourself up for success.
Grace Futsal on the counter.
Yeah, another good build-up play right there. Just the timing, the weight on the pass, the final pass was just a little heavy. But again, good build-up, good run to the back post. We're starting to see some of the building blocks here of development for Grace Futsal.
Distribution for Alvarez goes to the middle. Now a turn. And finding Soto Garcia his try. Not concerning Fabian Rodriguez.
And you're right, Fabian Rodriguez is not concerned.
Not concerned. Was not
on the
concerned
sideline. I was actually talking about the other Fabian Rodriguez. He was not concerned.
He was not concerned. Meanwhile, all the way up the court, Brandon Gomez gets a one-on-one and puts it away. And Shoreline now have 5. See it again.
and you know, just like that, there's no excuse to leave Brandon Gomez that wide open. There was literally no one there. Alvarez wasn't anticipating that wayward header from his teammate, and it's frustrating when that happens. But we need, you know, for Grace Futsal, they really need to have more defensive structure and not allow people to get so far deep alone in the attacking portion of the field.
Good defending there from Carlos Santiaez, along with Brandon Edwards to win that back. Edwards is up the line currently. He receives the pass. Right back, and he found it. Wow, tough angle, Brandon Gomez to the top.
Well, as much as we just had some positive moments from Grace Futsal, Shoreline quickly is reclaiming that momentum they had in the first half. Wow, what a shot. Oh, my.
That was fantastic placement.
Brandon Gomez now has 4 goals.
Wow.
Yeah. He is showing some quality here.
None more quality than that strike. I mean, that's about as good as placement as you'll see from that angle. Very, very tough place to make a save with the ball going through the roof there.
Yeah, and if I'm not mistaken, I was talking to Olay futsal coach Fabian Rodriguez before the match, and Brandon Gomez actually played for Olay for several years. So, you know, it's
not
again,
surprised for
not
players
surprised.
in that area. It seems like a lot of them go through.
It does. And it just
Olay
shows,
in some way.
It shows their quality to really develop talent. It's not just about the product that they produce on the court. It's really just about setting players up developmentally to continue their growth in futsal, whether they play for Olay or not.
Lots of talent in the Grand Rapids, greater Grand Rapids area. Of course, Shoreline not officially from Grand Rapids, more the Grand Haven area. The Grand Haven area. Because they were the Grand Haven Admirals. Muskegon. "14 minutes left. Shoreline up 6-0. A good showing for them. They've already got 3 points in the bag, and with a result like this, almost certainly locking up the number 1 seed as Jaden Billick tries a – would have been something that
would have been special.
Got us out of our chairs,
It would
I
have
think.
been, absolutely. You know, one of the things that's really exciting about this upcoming season, you talk about Muskegon, talk about Chicago, we have some really awesome places for our fans to travel to see these teams play and really make like a weekend out of it. Have like a fun family adventure. You know, you can go down to Cincinnati, watch Jenga play. You can go to Akron, watch Innovation play. And so we're very quickly in the FCS not only creating a futsal experience that you can watch on the broadcast from the comfort of your own home, but you can take the family out on a fun family adventure, make a weekend out of it.
Oh, ball coming across. I think that was number 15, Brian Gomez. He was looking for Carlos Santiaez at the back post. Not on the same page. Now Shoreline with possession and space for Brian Gomez in the middle. Takes it with a toe poke. Blocked by Grace. Padilla gets it right back. Loses it immediately, applying pressure though. There's Erickson back to his goalkeeper. Grace struggling to get possession and get out of there, but now they do. Grace Futsal will have a kick in deep in Shoreline territory. Corner kick, actually. They go all the way back to Alvarez. Alvarez to Fairchild. Alvarez under pressure. Good time to go, Jaden Bilek. That's really what you need to do when you are facing that fifth attacker, the flying keeper, is pick your moment, when to go, and he picked the exact right moment.
Yeah, good patience displayed from Shoreline there to not overcommit defensively and to really wait for the right moment.
Great touch from Carlos Santillanes.
Wow.
And he gets his second goal of the match.
Yeah, beautiful control right there, just to possess the ball and make the quick turn. As you can see this on here, nice movement to get around Alvarez to create that opportunity.
So he's got 2 to his name. As Shoreline match the 7 goals scored by Lansing City last night against Grace. Still got 10 to go. So assuming this result stands and kind of stays the way it is and keeps going that direction, Shoreline almost certainly gets number 1 seed. Gerard, that means they would play the number 2, or excuse me, they would play the number 4 seed.
Yeah.
Who do you expect that would be in the semis?
Oh, it's going to be tough. So
maybe you need a little time to think about it and make your calculations.
Yeah, because it is a little difficult thinking about all of the variables with the tiebreakers, because the first tiebreaker is head-to-head, the second tiebreaker is goal differential. And so, anticipating Olay to win against Chicago House, it comes down to how much do they win by.
Yeah, and I would expect they would win by less than this.
Oh, yeah, I would.
So that would probably put them at number 2.
Yep. So I think Olay comes away number 2.
Then you have
Midwest United
against Capital. Likely
and I
they'll
think
win.
They're going to win pretty big. So I think they will be the 3 seed.
You think they'll win by more than 7 or 8?
No, 3 seed.
Right, because Lansing City currently has 7.
Yeah.
Is plus 5.
Oh, that's
plus 5.
interesting. Oh, wow. So but head-to-head.
So they'd have to win by 6 or more.
Yeah, because Lansing will not have played Midwest, and Chicago House will not have played Lansing or Midwest. So it will really only be goal differential for those 3. Yep. So that is massive. That is massive. And so at that point, for Chicago House has to draw or win to advance. Otherwise, the 4 seed at that point looks like it probably will be Midwest United.
And this one finds its way into the back of the net off a deflection. I think Alvarez got a piece of it, but it's not enough. And it's number 2, Janzeo Rodriguez, getting his first goal after 6 shots.
We could see a rematch of the first round for both of those games. Shoreline against Lansing
and Olay
against Midwest.
Which would you rather see? Would you rather see the rematch, or would you rather see
in a lot of ways,
flip-flop?
I would rather see the rematch.
Wow.
Because it would be one of those moments to see if it was a fluke, if it was something that was just a one-off for both games, because Midwest United played really strong. And if you take out that 2-minute stretch, Midwest United wins 2-1. And so Midwest United would love they love the opportunity to play Olay again. And one of the things that we know about that second matchup is Daniel De Leon is going to make his, I would say his debut, but it's his return to Olay Futsal Club, because he played with Midwest United last year. He was the assist leader in the FCS for Midwest United. So to see him suit up for Olay Futsal Club, it's got to create some mixed feelings for Midwest United. And so they would love to beat him on top of getting the opportunity to rematch with Olay in the playoffs.
You talk about player availability. That's also going to be a factor for Lansing City. I was told yesterday by Coach Matt Alashari that Jack Fisher, Drew Barney, and Luciano Cernuda not available today.
Not available, and that's huge, and especially if it comes back. Oh, as Grace Futsal gets
the open net goal
here. Yeah, open net goal.
Yeah, coming out of net was Fabian Rodriguez, and he
Gavin
mishandled it.
Gavin McTavish. Good work from Gavin to create that opportunity to get the ball and to recognize that the net was open and to slide it home.
So Grace get their first goal of the match. It is 8-1 now, the scoreline with 7 minutes to go.
Yeah, and that look in the next game for Shoreline City, Aldoni is no longer suspended, and we would anticipate both of the Mendez brothers coming
back
to the playoffs.
Yeah.
And that would be huge, especially with what we've seen here talent-wise. You know, again, we're just getting to know Shoreline City. And in that first matchup against Lansing City, it was really the Mendez brothers were the only ones that really stood out to me, having a phenomenal impact. But here we're seeing some quality from several individuals, including Brandon Gomez, Carlo Santanilis. So, you know, they're showing they have some depth. And so Lansing City rematch, I would love to see it.
Grace Futsal advancing with a 1-2 on the side, but the third pass goes out of bounds.
And then that could set up a rematch in the final of the exhibition match. And if you haven't had a chance, if you haven't checked out that exhibition between Lansing City and Olay Futsal Club, it just happened just over a week ago. Wow, what an atmosphere we had in Grand Rapids at the MSA Sports Spot. It was just a special experience to be a part of, and it's a massive crowd, massive turnout. And one of the things that was really exciting is for the U.S. Youth National coaches, that was one of the first times that they got to experience the FCS and really this pro-level experience. So we know it's not a professional league, but it's really the highest level league at this point in the United States. So for them to experience what it's like playing on an international size court with the quality that Lansing City brings and the quality that Olay Futsal Club bring, that was just a special thing. I got to talk to Fabian Rodriguez today about that, how they were thoroughly impressed with the quality of futsal that they saw.
Grace Futsal brings the keeper up as a fifth attacker, and they tried to capitalize on it and nearly losing his drawers as Carlos Santiago. So just as a recap, we talked about the potential for what the seeding could look like. Back post for Reese Erickson, almost got to him. But most likely it's going to be Shoreline City with a goal here and the #1 seed overall.
Wow, what a great pass from Carlo right there to find, is that Brandon Gomez's 5th goal now? Wow, great pass from Carlo to create that opportunity.
Yeah, that was.
It's like a Travella. Outside of the foot pass, fantastic placement. Wow. Very clean finish from Gomez right there for his 5th goal. I don't know if anyone can walk away with more goals this tournament than Brandon Gomez. Might as well crown him the Golden Boot winner right now.
We'll see what happens, what the day holds. Lots of futsal left to play. And we know with a lot of futsal can come a lot of goals. 3.5, just under 3.5 to go in this one.
And I don't know if these Gomez, Brian, and Brandon are brothers, but they're quickly showing that the Mendez brothers are not the only brothers that are going to make an impact for Shoreline City in the FCS.
Turning down the line was goalkeeper Fabian Rodriguez. Empty net again, but Gomez is there to help out.
Yeah, great awareness right there from Brian Gomez to understand that the goalkeeper's out of the net and to position himself well in the back line. We saw that from both of the Mendez brothers last night. They saved 4 goals on the back line against Lansing City. That was the difference in the game. If those 4 goals, if really any 2 of those goals aren't saved, it's a different result in that matchup.
Absolutely is. Lansing City also had, we talked about it early on. They probably should have been up 3 goals, 3-1 maybe, in the first probably quarter of that game.
You have to be really encouraged for Shoreline City FC. Again, this is only their 2nd time in action in the FCS. They played well against Lansing City. They just withstood the pressure and the barrage of shots from Lansing City and then capitalized on mistakes. And then to show just some composure here, sometimes, like we talked about with Chicago House, as far as having a young team, it can be difficult to bring the right intensity level when you're maybe outclassing your opponent and you have a lot more talent and skill than your opponent. Sometimes it can be easy to just kind of let up and take it easy, and we're not seeing that at all from Shoreline City. They brought the heat today against Grace Futsal.
Currently up 9-1 with under 1:30 left. And Gerard, if anyone's watching this game and they're considering whether they want to stay and watch the next game at 11, Olay Futsal Chicago House, tell them what they should do.
Don't turn off the TV. Don't turn the TV off, the tablet, whatever you're watching on the computer. Just make plans. Stay. Order in. If you got to.
Whoa! How about that one from Nathan Kynier? That was incredible.
Yeah, fantastic finish. Look, another great takeaway for Grace Futsal from this experience today. Great movement just to create the space. Oh, the Travella.
Fantastic spot.
Yeah, great placement on that shot. Going back to what we're about to experience here in the next few minutes at the conclusion of this match is Olay Futsal Club against the newcomer to the FCS, Chicago House. And Chicago House is young and hungry, and they want to show that they can compete with the best teams in the country. And now they get the opportunity against Olay Futsal Club. So I know they have been waiting for this matchup, anticipating it for a long time. Rafael Hernandez played. He was on loan for Lansing City. And as we have conclusion of this, we'll wrap up that story later.
So 9-2, Shoreline on top. They get 6 points in their group stage, and Grace Futsal get 0. Surely locking up the number 1 seed. Really just comes down to if Olay were to beat Chicago House by more than, let's see, Shoreline just won by 7. They had a +2. They're at +9, so Olay would have to win by 8 or more to – I think they would have to win by more because the second tiebreaker is goals for. And Shoreline has that advantage. So unless Chicago House just absolutely let the dams go loose and give up 9 goals or more, I think Shoreline will lock that first seed up. And then we'll see what happens after that. But that's coming up right after this. Olay Futsal taking on Chicago House in another highly anticipated match of the FCS National Showcase. Don't go anywhere. We're going to send you to our sponsors.
Committing a crime so you can try to escape from prison. Bad idea. Going to the pod escape room to play an escape game with your friends. Great idea. Test your skill as an astronaut in outer space. Find Santa in Save Christmas. Or take a vacation to an abandoned island. Just don't get stuck there. The Pod Escape Room. Learn more at thepodlansing.com.
Ladies and gentlemen, it's the FCS National Showcase here in Lansing, Michigan. We are just about set for Game 3, Day 2 in this National Showcase. Jared Kleppel, Gerard Ascani, your hosts here. And this one is another highly anticipated match. Chicago House gets their shot at Olay Futsal Club.
You know, and everybody wants that shot at Olay Futsal Club, but this is special for Chicago House because Olay Futsal Club, again, undefeated in the FCS, and Chicago House is new to the FCS. This is their second time in action in the FCS, and they want they're chomping at the bit to play Olay Futsal Club.
Now, they come into this game a little different story. Chicago House played their first game last night, 1-goal victory over Capital Futsal. Actually kind of surprising that it was that close in that game. Olay coming off of a 1-goal victory as well, but it was earlier this morning at 9 a.m. start, so only one game off for them, and they won in dramatic fashion by a single goal.
Yeah, you know, and it's a very similar storyline to the first time that Chicago House was in action in the FCS. The first match they played, traveling from Chicago, they really struggled. They won, but they struggled. And then the second match, when they played Lansing City, they brought a higher level of intensity. You cannot minimize the task of the travel and the impact of the travel. They're coming. It's a 4 to 5 hour drive from Chicago, and so a lot of their players only showed up 30 minutes before the match yesterday, and so that in and of itself has an impact. And so now that they had a good night's rest, and I anticipate seeing a different level of Chicago House, not just because of Olay, but just because of preparation.
So here we go. It's Olay Futsal Club and Chicago House, off and away. We see out there starting for Olay, J.R. Real, he has it here. Aaron Gomez, Lito Esquivel, and Cesar Alayo. Andres Montes in goal. And that's their starting five with possession currently. Lito Esquivel finding space, toe poke deflection. Save there, it's going to go out for a corner.
And Escarino has done a pretty phenomenal job in goal. He had an outstanding save percentage yesterday, and he's shown quickly that he's a pretty solid goalkeeper.
He does get the start for Chicago House in net in that orange. Along with Ivan Sereno, he has it here, number 6. He was a big factor yesterday.
Ivan was a standout. So he is the cousin of Damian Sereno, who was unavailable for this weekend. And Ivan showed some just incredible technical skills. He had a beautiful play on the end line where he was able to really bypass 3 defenders to create his own opportunity.
Great play there from Vinny De Silva with the nutmeg on Esquivel. And so for the starting 5 for Chicago House, Josue Escareno in goal. Of course, we mentioned Ivan Sereno and Vinny De Silva. Also Luigi Marquez and Rafael Hernandez. Early giveaway. J.R. Real tries to catch Escareno with the fake.
Wow, outstanding effort from Escareno. We already talked about Real earlier today. Jair is one of the best goal scorers in all of the FCS. And for Escareno to lock it down like that, that catches Jair off guard.
And Escareno's tried again, makes the save. Taking a look at that replay, Escareno, fantastic job. I noticed the ball did not stay as close to Real's foot as he would like, I think, with that roll. And I think that was the difference. Usually we see him really keep that tight to his body and get around the goalkeeper. But a Chicago House do what needs to be done to maintain the clean sheet. And Hernandez
great work
wants to keep
Hernandez.
It that way.
Yeah, solid work and recognition from Hernandez to protect that back post.
Lito Esquivel to put it back in for Olay. No subs either way here in the first 3 minutes. J.R. Real gets down the line, is free. Is looking for Esquivel at the back post, but Escareno said it's not getting there. High pressure for Olay. Vinny De Silva getting backed further and further by Lito Esquivel, gives it away. That's going to be one of the biggest questions of this game is how does Chicago House handle that high press of an experienced and organized defensive team like Olay. And with the youth of Chicago House, many of the players, the youth. That looks like a handball. No, says the referee.
Yeah, I have to agree. He's sliding there. His hand is really just going down in a natural sliding motion. No handball should have been called.
That's tough. I mean, obviously it was not intentional. We see it one more time, but, I mean, it clearly impacted the play. I feel like you gotta call that one. And now Chicago House on the attack. Really some of their first possession in the attacking half. Hernandez trying to find space. He's no stranger to taking a shot from this distance. Ivan Sereno leaves it for Hernandez, and they'll take a corner now. How about no substitutes here yet? I feel like that's pretty odd for at least Olay.
Yeah, it's not odd at all for Chicago House, but we have had subs for Olay.
Oh, yeah, now I'm seeing it.
For Chicago House, not really odd. They have made one change so far. We've seen Vinny De Silva and Rafael Hernandez play most of games, and with the quality we've seen out of Ivan Sereno early, I anticipate he's going to step into that same slot and role as Rafael and Vinny De Silva.
Pablo Rial trying to find space right inside the 10-meter mark. Yeah, I was completely wrong in that moment. All 4 players had changed for Olay. I blinked and they were gone. But for Chicago House, it's just one. Number 23 is in, Felipe Marroquin. Here's Hernandez. He's dangerous. Try to find Marroquin. Looks to be one of the more experienced players for Chicago House. Giveaway. Terrible for Mose Crawford. Uncharacteristic. And Chicago House gets on the board first.
You know, we did not talk about Felipe Marroquin a lot last night, but great defensive awareness from him to step up and win that ball and just to take advantage with a quick shot to catch Andres Montez off guard.
Really threading the needle there between Montez and the defender. I think it was Crawford there who was trying to thwart that attack after he gave it away. You don't see that kind of a carelessness with the ball for any Olay player very often.
You know, it's one of the things, so we talked about this in the Midwest United matchup. We talked about this in the Lansing City matchup against Olay in the exhibition match. As far as Olay not typically going down early, this is now 3 consecutive games
in a row
that they have gone down early. And it's surprising, but it's one of the things, it really is a testament to how strong of a team they are, that it's not just them always playing ahead and dominating matches. They just find ways to win. So let's see if they can do that today.
Chicago House with the 1-goal advantage now. 15.5 to go. Pablo Rial. Can't get past the sliding Rafael Hernandez.
Just great defensive effort there. Commitment to put the body on the line to protect the goal. Not even giving Escarino a chance to make the save. Great effort from Rafael Hernandez.
Cesar Martinez with it under pressure from Vinny De Silva. He gets it away. Now Gomez overlapped by Martinez inside to Crawford. Crawford goes down. He will receive the whistle. And the foul by Ivan Sereno.
Yeah, it looked like there was a push. A little surprised. The whistle was a little late. It looks like the feet maybe got tripped up there. I know Chicago House was a little upset with that call. And it looks like Olay Futsal had some words, too.
Yeah, that was Aaron Gomez who was speaking with the official.
Not sure what he was upset or frustrated about in that situation. Might have been a call earlier that they did not get.
Well, was it a friendly
I think about the handball. And so I'll tell you why that's not a handball, just from a FIFA standards spot, not only in futsal but in soccer. When a player is falling to the ground or sliding, it is acceptable for the ball to make contact with the hand if the hand's in a natural motion that's protecting themselves as far as like safety as when they're sliding or diving or any situation like that. And so that's something that we'll see very common even inside of the penalty area. Not a PK given if there's contact, if the player is, and we saw that actually in the Gold Cup final with USA against Mexico. And so as much as it's frustrating to see that happen because it looks like a player's handling it, it's not a handball.
Olay off the timeout and the set piece. Does not go the way they wanted it to. But they do retain possession with a corner. Martinez into Gomez short. De Silva's there. Another kick in for Olay to take it short again. Gomez can't control it. De Silva tries to go down the line. And they do keep possession. Hernandez looks to go long. Ill-advised pass. Crawford was there. Nice work from Felipe Marroquin.
Wow.
And strike from him. That one certainly had pace.
Yeah, Felipe showing some high-level intensity and effort here early.
So about 8 minutes in now. Has this first 8 minutes been what you thought it would be?
In so many ways. In so many ways. We anticipated Chicago House. I anticipate Chicago House bringing a higher level of intensity than we saw against Capital Futsal. More so about who they're playing, but the logistics factor and the travel factor always plays a part in it as well. But to see them up 1-0 early in the match is not really surprising for me, but it's been hotly contested both ways. I honestly would not be surprised if Chicago House was the first team to defeat Olay. I mean, I still think Olay wins the match, but it's not a shock for me if Chicago House walks away with the victory.
I would definitely be surprised to see that result. But Chicago House is playing well, and they have the advantage here by 1 goal. Long distribution, seen the whole way by Olayo. He gets it back. The shot, well off the mark for him. Escareno distributes short to Vinny De Silva. In front of his own net, comfortable, gets past Gomez. Pressure from Sergio Amnesty. And sliding for it is Andres Montes.
Yeah, great decision from Montes to just attack the ball right there aggressively. Fantastic effort to just thwart that attack.
Ball inside off the corner, looking for Ivan Sereno. Just gets past him. Olayo leaves it for J.R. Real. He gets it back. Olayo to the floor. And now Amnesty to the floor. And Olay is very concerned about Olayo on the ground first.
Yeah, one of the things you notice here for Chicago House is they have made another sub, but again, there's 3 players that have not left the court yet. And I think that's one of the factors that plays into whether or not they're successful this match is really the endurance and stamina of Vinny De Silva, Rafael Hernandez, and Ivan Sereno.
You know, if you're Chicago House, I mean, do you basically treat this game as like your most important game in the tournament?
Oh, absolutely. Yeah, this is the game that they've been gearing up for months. I mean, when they first decided to join FCS, my assumption is that they wanted to show that they could compete with Olay. That's why they wanted to play in the FCS. That talent level, they see how dominant Olay has been in the FCS. They wanted to show that they can play at that level. And right now we're seeing it. We're seeing that they can compete at this level.
Currently with the 1-goal lead, the long one from Escareno headed away by Lito Esquivel. Aaron Gomez now, he puts it away, tie ball game.
Wow. And, you know, we have not talked a lot about Aaron Gomez, but he is absolutely one of the best all-around players in the FCS, and he shows it right there with a quick strike on goal, creating some space for himself and just slotting it into the upper corner, top shelf, far post. Wow, the placement on that shot
that was excellent
impeccable.
placement. I think it actually might have gone more near post. Maybe I saw it wrong, but it definitely was in the top, and it was in a great place. Tough save to make for Escareno, and we're all square here. As that ball gets hit over the fence, we're going to need another one.
And look, here's another factor of this. If this game ends in a draw, both teams advance.
Both teams advance.
Wow. Yeah, if it ends in a draw, both teams advance. Because Lansing City can only end up with 3 points.
Right.
Midwest United can only end up with 3 points. Capital Futsal can only end up with 3 points. So right now, both of these teams are sitting on 3. So if they end in a draw, both teams advance.
That's interesting.
Dangerous free kick right here. Foul on Olay. And this is a direct free kick, so it does not need to be touched. It can go in the goal.
Rafael Hernandez stands over it. He's got Sereno on the back post. And Luigi Marquez in the mix.
Boy, Montez is pulling He's just handling him.
The strike.
Wow.
Montez gets the arm on it.
Montez is a brick wall in goal.
Corner kick coming up here for Sergio Amnesty. He's on count 3. Gets it into Sereno. Sereno tripped up. No whistle, probably rightly so. He tries to go down the line. This is trouble. Olay.
Fantastic save by Escarino.
It was 3 Olay attackers in the offensive zone on the counter. You hate to see it. And Jair Real picks his spot.
Wow, I don't know if we can say enough about just what a pure goal scorer Real is. Look at the space he creates right there. Just the control of the ball. He's right-footed, and the way he can use his left foot and place the ball that well, it's just so difficult to defend. Amazing effort from Jair Real.
And that was Luigi Marquez facing him up, just giving him too much space. And I understand you don't want to get beat by the glue shoe of Jair Real, but there was just too much space, too close to the net.
Yeah, you cannot give Jair that kind of space. You want to respect his ball skills, but you need to put more pressure on him.
Absolutely. Rafael Hernandez, does he win it here? No, he doesn't. Olay wanted a foul. And, Olay are good at a lot of things. And one thing that they are very good at is everyone collectively on their team letting the officials know when they're unhappy.
Yeah,
100%.
That is true.
They are very good at it.
Yeah, it does seem like most of the calls go their way in a lot of these matches, and you have to wonder how much of a factor it plays that they are so unified in the way that they address the officials and really putting pressure on the officials to make the calls in their favor.
Yeah,
even right there, that call that was just made, that was a really soft foul compared to what some of the other contact situations we've seen this entire match.
A one-man wall here for Johan Vasquez. And Chicago House played that right. They were looking for Lito Esquivel. And there.
Yeah, as the not only the bench, but all 4 outfield players are all simultaneously upset with the call.
Yep, that is something that has been very true for Olay since the beginning of when we've seen them. Wow. That was nearly trouble for Chicago House.
Yeah, great pressure right there from Pablo Real.
Long distribution to Rafael Hernandez. Can't keep it in. Crawford restarts. Here's Martinez on the near side. Oh, he gets by the stab of Angel Bracho. But Chicago House defense able to, oh wow, how did that stay in bounds? Hernandez goes down.
Vicious tackle from behind.
Yeah,
I'm
players.
Really surprised not to see a caution on that.
See that again.
Incredibly dangerous. Just aggressively from behind. No attempt to play the ball whatsoever. You can tell that was a little bit of a frustration foul from Cesar Martinez not getting the foul called earlier against Rafael Hernandez.
Can you imagine what we would have seen out there if that was the other way?
Yeah.
I mean, we did not see hardly anything from Chicago House. I mean, we still wouldn't be, oh my goodness.
Wow, it didn't go
off the bar.
Wow, it hit the crossbar, came down on the line, and bounced out. Oh, centimeters away from a goal for Vinny Da Silva.
That would have been a huge one, pulling level before the halftime break. But yeah, the game would have been delayed a little bit for a little bit of time as there would have been some conversations with the officials had it gone the other way. Oh, Escareno coming out of net. Olay thinks he's
Olay wanted a handball on that because Escarino looked like he did touch the ball outside of the penalty area. I couldn't tell if it was with his chest or with the hands, but he was for sure looked like he's outside the penalty area. But again, we do have a really horrible angle at seeing if he's in the penalty area from our spot on the court.
Here's Johan Vasquez. Escareno tried. And Hernandez, losing concentration for a moment there, lets it out for what will be essentially a corner kick.
You know, I think that's a really pivotal moment right there for Martinez not to get a caution in that situation where he did not even play the ball. You know, we had some concerns and questions and commentary about Aldoni Mendez getting a second yellow card in a situation that was far less dangerous than that right there, where he pulled a player down from behind. Instead of pulling him down from behind, Cesar Martinez just basically ran through Rafael Hernandez. And so if we're going to give a yellow in a situation where players pull down from behind, we absolutely have to give one where they're just steamrolled from behind.
With 3:30 to go, Cesar Alayo across half for Olay. Lito Esquivel with pressure by Hernandez, and he's going to get, I think it's his first seat of the game.
First breather for him, and it looks like Sereno's on the bench as well for the first time this match.
Here's Jair Real inside. Great defense from Johnny Chicas.
And Johnny Chicas, he's actually another former Olay player as well.
So even all the way in the Chicago area, some players have.
Yet the roots of Olay run deep across the Midwest.
Benita Silva with it now. Faced up by Lito Esquivel. He looks comfortable with it. A long one hits the face of Esquivel to the hands of Escareno. Long distribution now. Can't be handled by Chicas. Two minutes to go, Gerard. What are you expecting from these final 2 minutes of the first half?
Just a lot of pressure from Olay trying to capitalize with another goal as we see a shot here from Cesar Alayo.
And if that happens, there could be opportunity for counterattacks. Wow. Surely
a caution. Surely. Well warranted right there. Good job from the official to caution. I'll say this again. That was less dangerous than the tackle from behind from Cesar Martinez. So we immediately agreed and celebrated the official for cautioning there. I'm still baffled that we didn't see a caution on. It was just so dangerous, you know, with especially the way Rafael hit the floor.
Chicago House not quite on the same page. Vinny De Silva and Angel Bracho, the ones who were attempting to work together there. Mose Crawford's going to send it out right over our camera guy's head. It's going to be high up the court. Bracho puts it in. Nice touch there from Felipe Marroquin, the lone goal scorer for Chicago House. That one whistled out for a kick. Olay go fast. Alayo down the far sideline. .20 to go. Oh, mishandled by Pablo Real. Marroquin trying to capitalize once again. And a follow-up from Johnny Chicas. Not what he was hoping it would be. 5 seconds, 4 seconds, 3 seconds, 2 seconds. This is where we're going to end half number one. Olay Futsal Club on top of Chicago House 2-1. After being down 1-0, Olay get the 2 goals that they need to get back on top. They pressured for a lot of that first half, the second part of that first half.
Mm-hmm.
So what did you think of, a lot of anticipation for Chicago House in this, for this match. Olay coming in wanting to play Olay. So how do you feel like, do you think they met their expectations playing Olay?
The fact of how competitive of a first half that we saw, I think absolutely. It's disappointing and frustrating for them to be down 2-1. But when you think about how they were able to withstand the pressure, they were able to create some opportunities. Even thinking about a couple of calls go their way as far as they had an opportunity for a really dangerous free kick, didn't get the call. The game could easily be 2-2 or they could be winning. And so for me, if I'm De Silva on the sideline coaching my team at halftime, I'm celebrating the effort and the intensity and looking for more of that in the second half.
One thing I know already about Chicago House is most likely they're hungry for more. Mm-hmm. They talked about that a lot, and I'm sure they're going to be speaking about that at the halftime break. What I'm most curious to see is what does the second half look like? Because as the first half went on, we started to see Olay gain more and more control and momentum in the game. So what does the second half look like? We're going to find out in just a few minutes because the halftime breaks are not long.
And it's one of the biggest challenges we talk about any club that faces Olay is Olay's depth. And so as matches continue to go on, that's where Olay can really start to exude some of that strength because of how deep they are. Everybody's so well rested, whereas you have like Vinny De Silva, Ivan Sereno, Rafael Hernandez. They're playing 95% of the minutes. They are going to get more tired as the game goes on. And so how do they manage their stamina and their endurance the entire time?
We're just about ready for half number 2. Going through all our checks, make sure we're good to go. Olay coming out on the floor. Chicago House already here. Swapping in goal for Chicago House. Looks like we're going to see
Sergio Castillo.
Sergio Castillo once again. He's been excellent in goal in that Chicago House orange.
And we also have a goalie swap. No surprises here for Olay Futsal Club. Frankie Mendoza.
Olay started a little different in this second half than they did in the first one. Cesar Martinez, surely. Oh, wow. Why was there no advantage there? That's a 1v keeper.
It is an interesting situation. The only thing I can think about of why no clear advantage was given there was they didn't want it to escalate to a situation because the way Rafael Hernandez was grabbing Cesar Martinez, you could see Martinez was already heated earlier. And look, here's the other. Rafael Hernandez just picks up a yellow card right there. So he gets a caution in a situation, again, that was less aggressive and dangerous than what Cesar Martinez did earlier, in which he received no caution.
The free kick goes nowhere for Olay. Great play there between Luigi Marquez and Ivan Sereno on the distribution from Castillo. That was nearly a really good chance for Chicago House very quickly. Here's Jariel down the sideline, 1v1. Back post, it got through cleanly, but Chicago House able to get rid of it, and Serena goes down in the foul from Real.
Did Vinny De Silva protect the back post there? I didn't get a clear look.
I couldn't see it either. I think he must have. Taking another look at that foul. Yeah, that was also a pretty dirty play.
Yeah, it was.
Just kicked him right in the ankles.
Again, another situation where you wonder why not a caution. It's from behind. There's no play on the ball. That's a very dangerous – that's an Achilles injury waiting to happen.
Well, I think I can – here's what I'm taking. I mean, you've talked about that one play a few times as Chicago House. Wow, Mendoza with the header save after the giveaway. Sereno's still with it. And this one gets by him. Luigi Marquez. We are all tied up.
Wow, just the pressure from Chicago House to just keep playing through. Unrelenting. Incredible effort from Frankie Mendoza even to save that with his head initially. But just to keep playing through and forcing the issue is Ivan Sereno, and then establishing Luigi to a great opportunity to create that goal.
So 2-2 now with 19 and a half to play. Wow. You don't see one get by Mendoza in that fashion very often.
No, seldom. Seldom, if ever. You were saying about the caution?
Oh, yeah. So you talked about that first one a few times that you thought should have been and wasn't. One thing I've also noticed about the way Olay plays in sometimes how they commit fouls and even their aggressive nature, it's very hidden, right?
Yeah,
so, like, the difference between the Aldoni play and the one that you were talking about is Aldoni grabbed, right? And that motion is very easy to see, whereas just kind of running into a player is like, oh, I was going too fast, my mistake.
Yeah.
And here it was like Real, like, it was very subtle, but he absolutely kicked him in the ankles. Like, that's a dirty play, but it's hidden.
I think that's something that you have to be able to see as an official.
Yeah.
So, like, there's no excuse for not seeing that. Even if it's hidden, that's literally why the officials are here, to maintain and protect the integrity of the game and the safety of the players. Yeah,
there's no doubt that Olay has this way that they try to play the official, like it's like a game with the officials, right? The way that they talk, the way that they hide, it's
they
very
are
clear.
Excellent at it. They are excellent at it. And it is a component of the game.
Is that a good or a bad thing?
It's a component of the game. And
is that a good or a bad thing is the biggest question.
Understanding how to work the officials is really important to be successful as a team. Whether or not that's a good or bad thing, that's for others to determine. But, they do it well.
Now here is Olay in the attacking half. Shot. Castillo makes the save. And Mendoza out of net.
Yeah, but great work from Lido Esquivel. Yeah, that ball's going in the back of the net if Lido's not there. Excellent recovery and understanding from him. No surprises there from the veteran Lido Esquivel.
Mendoza out of net once again. He's over the halfway line.
This is something we didn't see from Andres Montez at all in the first half. And last season in the FCS, Montez was really the one that flew a lot more than Frankie Mendoza. And in the exhibition match against Lansing City, we saw Frankie Mendoza fly a lot.
Oh, and he gets it here. Oh, my goodness.
Oh, wow.
Mendoza had the opportunity.
Yeah, but look, he didn't get the opportunity.
Man.
He didn't convert, but he won the ball back. He applied defensive pressure. He didn't quit. He didn't get frustrated with himself for missing the shot. But look at how he recovers so fast to put the pressure on Chicago House. If he doesn't recover right there, even after making the first mistake, he just compounds.
Could have been a goal.
Yeah, it could have been a goal.
House
Absolutely. Fantastic work from Frankie Mendoza.
Wow.
Look, mistakes happen, and it's really about how do you recover from the mistakes. And Frankie Mendoza, that's a masterclass right there of not being upset with yourself, not being disappointed, not being frustrated. That's a moment where many players would like slap or pound the floor in frustration because he had an easy opportunity for a goal, and he just shanked it. And the fact that he recovered with the speed that he did, wow. Shout out to Frankie Mendoza.
It is on full display in the game of futsal. Mistakes like that, you can't hide anywhere in the game of futsal, not even goalkeeper position. And, of course, coming up the court as a fifth attacker, he's not a court player. He's a goalkeeper. And, I think we saw that right there. But it was a surprise. I think that's something that we normally see, he would probably put away. And, you might think it's interesting if you're not familiar with the game of futsal, seeing the goalkeeper all the way up in the corner. It just when they fly the keeper, it's like you would think that this is a very dangerous way to play. But it's actually very common to put the goalkeeper up in that position, particularly, I think it just has to do with, oh, wow, hold that thought, Lido Esquivel, opportunity. Castillo is there. He meets it once again, and Hernandez was actually in net, ready for a strike.
Yeah, great work, great positioning by Hernandez. But again, the shout-outs to Castillo.
How about this? 2v1, Esquivel, another chance. Nearly went off Hernandez in the back of the net. I don't know if you caught that. It looked like Mendoza just made a save, but actually tried to direct it to his teammate with the save. That was amazing.
It's really hard to be surprised right now from Mendoza and his effort and his impact on the games. We don't always see a lot of saves out of him just because Olay tends to not allow a lot of shots. But he is a phenomenal goalkeeper.
So here they are again with Mendoza up the court as a fifth attacker in the corner. Esquivel puts it well over. Mendoza has to sprint back from that corner. As I was mentioning before, you may think it's odd to have him in that position, but most of the time goalkeepers not the best technically on the ball on your team, obviously, because they're not a court player, and so you usually don't want to have them up kind of at the point, controlling the ball. As Esquivel goes down, tries to draw a foul, he's not going to get one.
Well, one of the other reasons, too, you don't put them at the point or really near the midcourt line as when they're flying is you want to prevent that second touch.
Yeah, that's a big one as well.
If they get a second touch in their defensive half, that would be a violation.
Danger. Whoa! Chicago House escapes with one. Gomez had an open net.
Very uncharacteristic of Gomez to miss an opportunity like that. He is going to be beating himself up for that all night.
See it again. Wow. Yeah, just a little bit behind him, but still, we remain at 2-2 with 14 and a half.
And Gomez is someone that makes no excuses. He won't care where that ball is. He's going to beat himself up for not scoring that one.
Olay trying to break down this diamond defense of Chicago House as they are down a player because of the flying keeper, and Mendoza was at the far post, not quite all the way there. He's shown a little bit of his fitness here today, running up and down the court.
Is. Yeah, it's been a good change for him to get him out and show he does have good ball skills, and so getting him out, giving him more opportunities to make an impact offensively is just a great natural progression for him developmentally.
Some risky play there for Chicago House. Vinny Da Silva keeps it. He's got two Olay defenders there. They win it. Aaron Gomez, the slide from Hernandez, dangerous. He thought he got the ball. Coach thought he got the ball. I want to see it again.
Yeah, I mean, he definitely got the ball. The call has to be because the referee thought it was a dangerous tackle. But it was a pretty clean tackle. I mean, it didn't even take Gomez out. Gomez was able to really maintain his balance throughout the contact. I'm shocked that there's even a foul call on that play.
J.R. Real working this near sideline. Yeah, maybe there was some body contact, but it looked like he executed what was a very risky tackle, especially on a yellow. He doesn't hit that right, and he gets a red, and he's out for potential semifinal. We stay deadlocked at 2-2. And as you mentioned earlier, I believe that if this match results in a draw.
No reason to talk about a draw now. Jair Real is like, we're getting goals, and I'm going to score them. And once again, puts it in the back of the net. Wow. I can't say this enough. He's just such a natural goal scorer. Jair finds space, creates space, looks for opportunities endlessly, and he just slots it home. Really great placement on his shots, too. Wow.
Yeah, coming back to the near post, kind of almost across his body.
Yeah.
That's a tricky one. Rizal was mentioning what would happen if it stayed in a draw.
If it stayed at a draw, they both advance. But neither of these teams are okay with a draw.
No, they don't.
They both want to win.
Absolutely.
And Jair now is on his way to a perfect hat trick. He's got a goal with the right, a goal with the left. He just needs a goal with the head.
Martinez with the strike. Sergio Castillo meets it, stays in bounds. But now it finds Castillo's hands. Short to Hernandez. 11:25 on the clock. Well, this one becoming, as if it wasn't already interesting all game, becoming even more interesting.
Yeah, this is a massive game for Chicago House. Based on what we have seen so far in this tournament, if they do not draw or win this match, they will be eliminated from playoff contention. And it will be based on goal differential. And, as frustrating as that is, it's tough to go out that way, but they need a result. They need to score here. They need to at least draw in this match. And hopefully they're aware of the importance not only their pride and of like playing Olay Futsal Club, but for them to continue, because I know that they come in, they want to win this tournament too. They're not just here for fun. They want to win.
Vinny De Silva in the back with Ivan Sereno. He goes high and long to Hernandez. Hernandez gets thrown to the ground. And he is going to reach for his pocket.
And look, here, we'll talk about it again. I know I've talked about it many times. If Caesar would have gotten that yellow card earlier, that would have been a red card right there.
That's huge.
And that's such a massive change in the game. Like that's the part. And again, that was an incredibly dangerous play what just happened. Like if you look at how Rafael Hernandez falls on the ground compared to what happened when Rafael Hernandez tackled Aaron Gomez, if you're calling that a dangerous tackle.
Strike for Rafael Hernandez. And as he's done so many times, he finds the opening.
So, you know what? Let's forget about the cards. Let's forget about the fouls. Rafael Hernandez puts it in the back of the net. Another free kick goal from him. Wow. How does he find that opening and that gap? I'm shocked that Mendoza didn't lock down the far post, but for Hernandez to find the goal like that, what an incredible shot.
He sees the goal through the wall, and when the wall moves ever so slightly or is just a little bit off, he finds that post. And, I mean, there was no margin there. It hit the post and then went in. It was almost not in. And
no foul on Pablo Real. I don't understand how not. How not a foul when you run through a player.
Jerry Real, another chance. Sergio Castillo blocks it. But now, Vinny De Silva on the Meg. Oh, the follow-up.
Wow.
So close to Chicago House getting too quickly. Wow. 8:22 to go.
What incredible effort from Vinny De Silva, not only to make the first attempt, but while on the ground to figure out a way to get another attempt on goal. Fantastic just body control.
Yeah, great Meg on his skill there. J.R. Real. Oh, back post poke. Sneaky, but Castillo saw it coming. As we see that attempt from De Silva once more.
Yeah, this pressure from Olay is just unrelenting. How can Chicago House just withstand this pressure and create some opportunities themselves?
Off the corner, Cesar Martinez goes right back into the corner. Vasquez, they get another corner as well. Wow, 3-3. We're back to 3-3. This is amazing. What an exciting match.
I did tell you that we would see a much different Chicago House than what we saw against Capital Futsal, and they are not disappointing whatsoever.
Curious to see if Olay brings up Frankie Mendoza again like they did earlier when it was tied. Martinez on the turn wants a
late call.
Yeah.
A very, very late call. You have to wonder, and is he going in the book?
Surely not. I see no reason. I think
I saw
maybe
him writing down something.
Probably just the number of fouls.
Maybe the number of fouls. The call was not made until the bench voiced frustration. Then the call was made. If that influenced the call, that's unacceptable.
Yeah.
That cannot happen. The bench cannot influence your decision of whether or not it was a foul.
Dangerous opportunity for Olay. Esquivel goes to the near post. Wow. Bounces around, and it's saved by Castillo. Now Cesar Alayo across the half line into J.R. Real. He turns, has space. Castillo comes out with the body. And Chicago House clears it for the time being. Under 6 to go now. Olay maintaining offensive pressure. This one off the mark. Felipe Marroquin tracking it down. And he's got work to do as J.R. Real has time and space. And he gets ran off the ball. No call. 2v1. Lito Esquivel getting back. De Silva by himself. How about that save from Mendoza?
Oh, incredible reaction. Not only to make the save, but then the bouncing ball, the awareness while he's on the ground to turn and flick it away.
Wow.
Mendoza.
The backhand catches a piece of that play, and well done from Vinny De Silva to create that chance. Castillo again blocking that shot. Let's take another look at it. Oh, my goodness.
Wow, and he saved that ball with his left hand.
Yeah.
Turned around, flipped a slid on the ground, and then flicks it away with his right hand. Wow.
Fantastic effort from Mendoza and from Vinny De Silva on that play.
I mean, just talk about agility and just body control. It's incredibly impressive.
Quickly up the floor, Cesar Lyle. Now Rafael Hernandez, 1v1, Mose Crawford coming back. Esquivel thwarts it, and he gets it back. What's on here for Olay? Olay wants a foul. Ooh, Aaron Gomez nearly got the near post. And the official on the far side receiving an earful from the bench. Oh, keeping it in. Well done from Johnny Chicas. Vinny De Silva. No, that's Ivan Sereno. Trying to keep it at his foot. He can't. Wow, does this make you excited or what for FCS next year? Fantastic. Here's J.R. Real. He beats one. Back post Alayo. Castillo in the right position. Not once, but twice.
Oh, Castillo. Wow.
He's stepping up. Wow. 3-3-3 on the clock.
It looks like Olay was trying to steal a kick in right there, but the officials were not playing any games, making sure that Chicago House gets the ball.
Ooh, wow.
Almost outside the penalty area
like
right there.
It was.
It sure looked like it was.
Oh, my goodness. Wow.
Yeah, that's.
That was very close. It looked outside of the arc to me. Now ball inside. Alayo sliding for it. Thought he got fouled. No whistle. Oh, wow. They had that save. The double for Castillo.
Yeah, just incredible effort from Castillo. He is showing quickly that he belongs in consideration with one of the best keepers in the FCS.
So with 2:40 left, if you missed it earlier, if this game remains a draw, it is actually very beneficial for both teams as, according to our current calculations,
they would both
be through. So, but regardless of that, neither team wants it.
They would be the 2 and 3 seed as well. So then they would rematch in the semifinals.
Is that right?
They would rematch in the semifinals.
Right, that'd be crazy.
And if anything, that might be the best possible matchup that we could have.
Wow, but Chicago House threatening here, a little chip. He gets a piece of it, but the follow-up, Sergio Amnesty puts Chicago House up by 1.
Talk about unrelenting from Sergio. He did not give up after the first effort was thwarted. He maintained his composure, followed up after that fantastic effort from Mendoza to save it. Wow, we have never seen Olay down this late in a match in the FCS.
Wow. And I believe it was J.R. Real who received a caution for dissent right before the kickoff, and Mendoza immediately up the court, knowing the position his team is in, and he is the 5th attacker for Olay. 90 seconds of pressure for Olay. And they don't need it all! Cesar Martinez!
Martinez! You know, we have not seen a lot of goals out of him recently, but that does not speak at all to the quality that he is capable of, because he is a goal scorer at heart.
Oh, my goodness.
That top shelf, right corner, near post, placement, extraordinary.
Can Olay do it again? J.R. Real wants it. It's in the back of the net. Can you believe it?
Oh, my gosh. How? They do it again. They do it again just like they did against Midwest.
Unbelievable.
In just a matter of seconds, they go from being on the brink of losing, and they come back.
Unbelievable.
And if that's
sliding tackle from Gomez wins it back. A fire has been lit under the Olay red. Gomez wants
less than 30 seconds.
Oh, my goodness. How do you let that happen if you are Chicago House? Wow.
Oh, no. And with a running clock, this is about it.
Yeah, Chicago House needs to go right now, and Olay is just going to keep it. A chip in, 6 seconds, 5 seconds, 4 seconds. They're just going to try to keep it in the corner. And ladies and gentlemen, Olay on the brink of their first defeat in the FCS. Once again, even shorter time frame this time. They scored 2 goals. Man, Chicago House had
2 minutes away. Two and a half minutes away.
It was less
from
than
their first loss.
It was less
than
that.
that. Less than that.
It was under
2 minutes.
90. It was under 90 seconds.
A minute and a half. A minute and a
1.
half away from and if they lost, they might not have made it through to the playoffs.
They would be at an even goal differential.
Wow. Then they come back and win?
That is crazy.
Now, this is the part that's so frustrating for Chicago House.
Yeah, how do you let that happen?
Is they might not advance in the tournament at all now.
No.
If Midwest
they're an even goal differential now.
If Midwest United wins this match and they win by more if they score more goals in the tournament, so if their goal differential is even with Chicago House,
right? So
they would just have to score more goals.
So Midwest lost by 1, right? And so they are at a -1 right now. So if they score 1 goal,
they'd be
then
even.
They would be even, but they have less goals for.
Yep.
So they have to score
more goals.
They have to score.
But if they
win by 1 with like more than how many has Chicago House scored?
Chicago
9
House,
maybe.
Let's just look real quick. In the first matchup, Chicago House scored 4 goals.
So they're at 8. So Midwest would have to score. They'd have to win by 1 and score
6.
6 goals.
Yeah, as long as they score 6 and win by at least 1, then they would be through.
Or if they just, if they win by more than 1, like if they win by 2.
Yeah, if they win by 2, then they're through.
Wow, what? Man, that is just crazy.
And at this point, then that means that Lansing City is through.
Like right now, they're already through.
They're already through because no other team. Because if Capital Futsal, because Chicago House doesn't beat them, right? So they're right now the 1 seed is
Shoreline.
2 seed is Grand Rapids.
Both with 6 points.
They're through.
Totally through.
Lansing City is now through because this is the last matchup.
Right, and the other 1-1 team is Chicago House, and they have less.
Yep, they have less. And so either Capital Futsal or Midwest United can jump Chicago House, but both of them can't jump Lansing City.
Both of them can't.
Right.
Like they can't both.
Yeah,
like one of them could jump Lansing City.
Yeah, if they score a lot of goals.
Not both of them.
Yep.
So
Lansing City's in. It's just a matter of if they're the 3 or the 4.
Wow.
And so really this result determines what happens. And talk about just extreme disappointment to see Chicago House not go through to the playoffs.
Yeah, after
based on what they just showed.
Just showed here.
What they just showed. Man, that was an incredible game, an incredible match.
Well, what do you think is going on? Like, maybe we can talk about Olay in a second, but like the Chicago House locker room after that game. What's going on? Like you just went toe-to-toe with the best of the FCS.
Yeah.
But like you also were up by a goal with less than 90 seconds to go, and you lose.
I know.
Oh, wow.
I mean, I think just extreme frustration. Like, I think that's what, like, to be so close to victory against the best team, arguably the best team in the country, to be so close to defeating them and then to just let that go. And it was just this small moment of time that they just lost control of the match.
Yeah.
And we talked about it with Frankie Mendoza. He made a mistake, but he recovered quickly.
Yeah.
And so they made a mistake, let a goal in, but they didn't recover quickly because even if they walk away with a draw, they're through, and then they get a rematch.
Yeah.
Right? But they didn't recover quick enough. And it all happened so fast. I'll be honest. I don't even know what. Like, it's just like, what just happened?
Yeah.
Because
they're probably thinking the same thing.
Exactly.
Like, what just happened,
and I think that's the part, especially as a young team. for the game to be played that fast.
Yeah.
If you don't know what happened, I mean, I'll be honest, I don't know what happened.
Yeah.
And so, like, I'm not surprised if they don't know what happened.
Yeah.
But that's the level of quality that you need to bring for the full, and I say 40 minutes for futsal,
Right.
but for today, the full
game.
44
Yeah.
minutes.
You
Like,
gotta
you have
that.
to play at that high level of intensity the
Total
entire
focus.
time with 100% focus against Olay to beat them. And that's just one of the challenges for any club that goes against Olay. We saw it against Midwest United. We know how talented Midwest United is. And you take out 90 seconds of the game against House and the game against United. And
Olay's 0-2.
0-2. Like, but that just speaks to really the quality of Olay that they can walk away. And, you know, like I said, after Hernandez made that free kick, like, we don't need to talk about cards and fouls, but I know that that's going to be a big part of the reflection on the game for House. It's incredibly frustrating to see just some of those calls go against them.
Yeah.
That really change the game. Because if Cesar Martinez gets a red card,
it's big
on that free kick situation,
That's really big.
they score the goal, and then for 2 minutes they're down a man.
Well, they win it because the goal scored.
Oh, you're right.
That.
So okay, you're right. So it wouldn't be down.
But they
2
wouldn't
minutes.
have Martinez.
But
who
they
was
wouldn't
the
have
goal
Martinez
scorer.
who scored the goal.
Yeah.
Okay.
So wow, that was.
Yeah.
I mean, we could have a whole post game on that game.
Well, you know what? I guess Thursday night we're
gonna have to have a whole. The
whole
third
segment.
half, this coming up Thursday night, probably.
Probably.
Wow. So we're going to have to move on to the next match. I'm sure we'll be able to talk more about this one during that one as the day goes on. But the last game of the group stage, we're already there. It's going to be Midwest United taking on Capital Futsal. 3 teams already in, Shoreline, Olay, Lansing City.
Yep.
And the last spot up for grabs is either going to be Midwest. Technically, it could be Capital.
Yeah.
Right?
It could be. Capital's still alive.
They would have to.
It can be Capital, Midwest,
or Chicago House.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So if we look at for Capital,
so if Capital wins, they're tied with Chicago, right?
Oh, they lose head to head. They lose head to head. So Capital can't
unless they get more goals than Lansing City, because there's no head to head there, right?
Wow.
So if they win by 5 or more, I think they would have a chance. So I think they could probably get through, but most likely Midwest or Chicago based on how this game goes.
If Capital wins, that puts Chicago House in.
Unless it
it's
does put them in for sure.
Yeah.
But there's a slight chance that they could bump out Lansing City too.
Wow.
Well, that's all coming up right after this. We're going to take a quick break, send you to our sponsors. It's the FCS National Showcase. It's heating up. Don't go anywhere.
Committing a crime so you can try to escape from prison. Bad idea. Going to the pod escape room to play an escape game with your friends. Great idea. Test your skill as an astronaut in outer space. Find Santa in Save Christmas. Or take a vacation to an abandoned island. Just don't get stuck there. The Pod Escape Room. Learn more at thepodlansing.com.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back to the FCS National Showcase final group stage game in day 2. Midwest United taking on Capital Futsal. And just before we went on air, Gerard, I was talking to you. I was like, hey, we got to get this straight, make sure we know exactly what's going on. So we know there's 2 teams that are through, and that is Shoreline and Olay. Lansing City is in a very good position with 3 points and a +5 goal differential. However, they are not totally confirmed through, because if Capital were to win this game, Chicago House gets the advantage over Capital with a head-to-head, right?
But it'd be a 3-way tie.
So that
it's
might
a 3-way tie.
It'd be a 3-way tie.
Yeah, and there's no head-to-head between all 3 teams. So in the 3-way tie, Lansing City would be in because of goal differential.
And then it's
a head-to-head, and then then Chicago House would be in.
Okay, so it goes the 3-way tie first. You have to figure that out.
Yeah, so the only way that Capital can get in is if their goal differential is better than Lansing City's. So if their goal differential is better than Lansing City, then they're in. Then it goes to Chicago House and Lansing City, and Lansing City has a higher goal differential, so they're in.
So Lansing City is in for sure.
Lansing City's in for sure.
And Chicago House has to win.
No, Chicago House isn't playing.
Sorry.
Capital Futsal has to win, and they have to win by a lot to get in. Yeah, that's the only way they can get in.
Now Chicago House can get in
if either team draws. If they draw, or Midwest United doesn't score a lot of goals and only wins by 1. Or
I need to write this down.
Or if Capital Futsal wins and scores by a lot.
Wow, what a save from Naya. And I'm sure if I feel like I need to write it down, I'm sure everyone at home is like, what is Jared and Gerard talking about? They are on one. Vicario, he gets beat.
And
Capital Futsal up by 1.
We're going to say it again. Eric Carey, he might not be as funny as Jim Carey, but he played for Olay too. He played for Olay as well. Olay's futsal club runs so deep. Eric Carey, the goal scorer here early on for Midwest United.
Wow.
Olay is still showing their influence that has to be haunting Midwest United at this point.
So Midwest United going an early hole.
And look, for all the fans at home, just rest assured that I know the exact map for all the playoffs, and we'll make sure that we get this right. I got it all memorized at this point. And as of right now, we'll keep you updated along the way. If everything ended the way it is right now, Lansing City, he kicked. Very interesting call. Kick-in violation, but Anthony Leone kicked the ball while it was coming in, not giving the 5-meter space. You'd think that actually is a cautionable offense, but instead of the caution, they call a kick-in violation, which is interesting.
Well, it's like what happens first. Like the ball is not placed on the line and is kicked before he does anything. Wow! It's 2 for Capital Futsal.
Jerry Q, he's like, you're going to call a kick-in violation? I'm going to score a goal. I'll trade you a kick-in violation for a goal any day of the week. Wow, Capital Futsal. This is going to be tough. You know, we've talked about this before, like how teams show up, especially after emotional games. Midwest United had a very emotional game against Olay. Again, they are still alive to move forward in this tournament, but if they lose, they're not. And right now, as it stands, Lansing City is your 3 seed and Chicago House is your 4 seed, as it stands right now. And this will get a lot more complicated as Capital scores more goals, and I'll have to do some math. But right now, it's Lansing City 3 and Chicago House 4.
Because the So the way for Capital to get in is
they have to outscore the goal differential
of Lansing
for
City.
Lansing
and Lansing
City.
City's at 5, and they are currently now at +1.
Mm-hmm.
Wow.
Yeah. This is why we need to write this down.
We need to write this down. Man, we're trying to figure this out. You know, usually you have like a couple of minutes of like getting into the game or figuring this out, watching the game, and all of a sudden Capital's up 2-0 early on, and Midwest was never down by 2 goals to Olay earlier today. They came out totally flat, and Capital Futsal are serious about this. Wow, Charles Holt's got his arms wrapped around Gio Garcia, finally going to get one. I'm assuming the call is not really for what happened at the end, but just for the fact that he was grabbing him the whole time. Yep, that's what the signal by the referee. See it again. He's hugging him. And he did kind of fall down without much contact, but there was a whole lot of contact before that. So Isaiah Meyer stands over. Free kick just about a meter outside the arc. Not a great angle, but he's got help on the backside, help at the top of the arc. And Gio Garcia nearly finishes it on the bad pass. Really, that's an example of how exact the passes need to be for plays like that to happen, because that was a little behind him, so he had to kind of take an extra half second, but he was still able to make something great out of it.
Yep, he was. Yeah, Gio Garcia, he's somebody that is just incredibly reliable as a player. No matter what, when he is on the court, he is going to have a positive impact on the game.
I think the biggest question right now is Capital Futsal have come off with lots of energy. They are ready for this one.
Ooh.
And in spite of that, Isaiah Meyer gets one back for Midwest.
Wow, Isaiah Meyer. You know, he is just a phenomenal player. He is one of those two-way players that is fantastic offensively and defensively. He just possesses the ball and maintains he runs the pace of the court, the full length of the court.
I mean, we usually see Naya make that save.
Yeah. But hey, that's Isaiah Meyer.
It's a tough – I mean, obviously it's a tough save, but we usually see him make a save like that.
Yeah, Midwest United missed Isaiah Meyer in the playoffs last season, and that was huge for them not to have him even in the championship game against Olay.
Left foot strike, good placement for Eric Carey. And Capital Futsal on the follow-up, get another one. Vicario very upset.
Wow. Impressive just ability to understand where to go on the court. Miles Telemuck finds himself right in front of Vicario to clean that up. You know, we talked earlier about how important it is when you make saves to maintain possession, and just Vicario was not able to handle it and possess it there, and it left it just in a dangerous position for Telemuck to clean it up.
And he had no defenders, and I think that's what he was upset about.
He was incredibly frustrated.
Miles,
why is nobody there?
Yeah, Miles Telemuck was all alone, and so the follow-up was free.
Yeah, you cannot leave an offensive player alone in the penalty area.
So Capital Futsal coming out swinging with 3 goals now. We get the scoreboard corrected there. Hasevich holding up play. And now a 2v1. What can Capital do here? Left foot strike off the mark for David Riley. So the biggest question for me is sustainability. Can Capital Futsal sustain this intensity and momentum throughout the game, not only with the level of talent on their team that we've seen, but also with the only 3 bench players. Now, Midwest United, they've played one other game today. Capital Futsal is fresh for today, so that is a difference. Possibly one of the biggest reasons why one team came off flat and the other did not. But, I mean, Capital Futsal is here and serious. I mean, they lose to Chicago House by 1, and now they're on top of Midwest by 2.
Yeah, look, they watched Chicago House play Olay. They know Olay is the best team in the FCS. Chicago House almost beat them. They played Chicago House really tight. So what does that tell you from a confidence standpoint from Capital Futsal? They believe they belong. Regardless if we think they do or not, regardless what we think the outcome of this game is going to be, they believe they belong, and they're showing it so far that they do.
Here's Anthony Leon finding Hasovic. His strike gets by the first line of defense, but not without a deflection. Anthony Leon now again. Naya with a great save. Capital the other way. Oh, Jared Gill wins a corner. He is just a energy tank.
He is. Yeah, he is just relentless, kind of like the Energizer Bunny. He just keeps going.
Just keeps going. 2v2, Midwest toe poke. Screams by Naya.
Gerardo Montanez, he is excellent with his placement of the ball. He is just a tremendous asset for Midwest United. Great shot, great placement. Naya 2's not getting to that ball.
Nice touch from Miles Telemak. Wins a corner for Capital. Charles Hall off the first time look. Off the mark. Vicario, long one to an open Montañez. Heads it away. And now Capital with possession. Halt up the floor to Ryder. Oh no, that's Bugart.
Ooh, and Telemuc almost was able to put that ball in, but just could not reach it with his outstretched foot.
Wow. 11 minutes into this one. Halfway through the first half. 5 goals already. Split 3-2 in the favor of Capital Futsal.
And as it stands right now, Lansing City is your 3 seed. Chicago House is your 4 seed.
Hasovic looking for space. And it's minimal on his shot that goes wide. Turnover. Midwest United now threatening. Rada Montañez just misses. That had pace and it was very close. Wow. Looks like you got that.
Oh, yeah, I have it all mapped out now. I got it all mapped.
You got a flow chart over there?
Yeah, we got the flow chart. We got everything worked out.
We need a big whiteboard so we can
Yeah, so coming into this game, goals for is potentially a tiebreaker as well. That's the third tiebreaker. Lansing City had 9. Chicago House had 8. Both Capital and Midwest had 3.
Okay. How about this one? Great contact there from Capital. They could be in trouble here. Gio Garcia and Jared Gill gets back. Hasovic was all alone on the other side. He ends up getting it here. Can he find enough space for a good look? Dancing with it. Still at his foot. Gives it away. How about that move from Jared Gill? Left foot strike just wide. Little trickster on the near side. Timeout. I missed who it was called by. Was that? Did you see who it was called by?
I didn't see it.
Midwest calls the timeout. Looks
yeah,
like
they need a breather. This is not playing out at all how they anticipated it would. They need to reset and recalibrate. Great use of the timeout here. And I guess we never did clarify if we were getting timeouts or not. I guess it's just been.
Well, it just has been.
We figured that's been the case. So.
Yeah.
But I think it's important that they do get the timeout. I think that is an important tactic to use as a coach to be able to recalibrate and connect with your team because, especially with the running clock, there's no time. And so for us to be able to take a pause and reset for 60 seconds, just especially if mentally your team's not in it, sometimes it's just so important. And it's really a great show of a really great coach as well of knowing when to use the timeout to use it effectively.
The official marketing partner of the FCS is Ally Marketing. If you want a friend in the marketing space, check out allymarketing.us. Ally Marketing, let's be friends. Off the timeout, corner kick from Capital. kind of catch Midwest on their heels, and Vicario shaking his hand. Looked like he might have got kicked there a little bit. Hopefully he's okay.
Yeah, Midwest was asking for a foul call for the play being made on Vicario while he had the possession of the ball.
Garcia plays it in to Meyer, gets it right back. Little toe poke to the far post off the mark. Naya goes up to Ryder. Ryder plays it back. And now up to Halt. Touch inside. And a slide. Capital wanted a handball. Not going to get one. Kicking up the floor for Midwest. Doesn't go anywhere for them. Just under 8 to go in the first half. Oh, bad giveaway for Capital. Off the post is Isaiah Meyer. Nearly gets his second one of the match. Take a look at it. Oh, man.
Wow.
Off the post. Rattled the frame. But the scoreline stays the same. Vicario, long distribution. Up the floor. Nice distribution from the pivot to Isaiah Meyer. Credit that goal to Isaac Cervantes on the amazing assist. Up the floor.
Oh, great pass. Great pass by Cervantes to lay it off, and Isaiah Meyer, great placement on that shot. And now that this draws level, if it stays like this, neither team goes through. Lansing City is your 3 seed. Chicago House is your 4 seed.
Wow. So if it stays at a draw, neither team gets through. What's on here for Midwest? Nothing, according to Naya. And what's concerning for me so far in this first half is the way that the goals for Midwest have come, as Capital are now on the counter. Oh, just a little bit behind Jarrett Gill. But the way that they've come, it's like they felt pretty easy how the goals for Midwest have come.
Easy.
So, like, when Midwest has gotten those opportunities, it's like coming very easy. And that concerns me because you don't want the goals to be easy.
Yeah, I mean, coming into this match, I anticipated it to be a blowout for Midwest. That's what I expected to see. I expected them to win by several goals. So I was very surprised to see Capital Futsal take that early lead and then maintain it. I'm not surprised to see the easy goals by Midwest. They've shown that quality. They've shown that ability to really work together. And if they can have that creative flow and movement together, I wouldn't be surprised to see Capital Futsal not be able to defensively position themselves to prevent that attack.
On the attack is Manny Bedoya. Save from Naya, too. And again, Hazovic the follow-up wide. So here we are sitting at just over 5 minutes. All advantages on the scoreline have been leveled. Back to an even score of 3-3. Midwest takes the punches of Capital, and now we're square. What happens next is the biggest question. Whoa.
Wow, great play by Jarrett Gill and Eric Carey.
And Charles Halt keeps that one in play for Capital. And
we're definitely seeing growth out of Capital Futsal. We talked about, what positive takeaways we could have for Grace Futsal. This is only the second tour that we've seen them in action.
And they're a level scoreline with Midwest United right now. FCS runners up. Anthony Leon, a drop back. Blocked. Not by Naya.
Yeah, it's definitely encouraging. You know, I know it's still early, and the result, there's a long way to go before that's determined. But you have to be encouraged with what you're seeing from Capital Futsal so far.
Naya steps up on that shot from Leon, and a near save there. Cody Bugart, little shirt tug from Hasovic. No call. Now to the foot of Hasovic, gets space. Right foot strike. He was seeking the back post, but it went wide. Deflection, says the referee. Corner kick coming up. Oh, Anthony Leon, dangerous spot. And Naya takes one to the gut. Midwest with a relentless attack the last 60 seconds. Bugart steps up on Hasovic. Hasovic goes down with the help of David Riley.
Yeah, great work from Hasovic just to create some space to draw that foul.
Hasovic goes quickly, working with Leon. No positives come from that.
A little disappointing there. You know, they had a free kick in a really dangerous area, but they just took it quick instead of actually putting a play on, which they've shown. They have some really intricate set-piece plays, but they chose not to use any of them right there.
Hasovic across the halfway mark. Looking for Anthony Leon in the back post, stopped by Bugart. Bugart gets it back. He's working with David Riley. Left foot strike. Gerardo Montañez was there.
I think great effort from Ethan Ryder there to lock down that back post pass.
That ball was off the line, and it will be a turnover. You know, we have seen that infraction a lot less for the FCS teams, I think, in this showcase.
Yeah, absolutely, we have. And those are really just unforced errors, and it's not acceptable is what it is. You need to follow the basic principles of the kick-in to not get a violation. It's so controllable by you and you alone.
For the first time, we see number 22, Jareth Alvarado for Midwest United here on the sideline. And he almost got it, but instead keeping it is number 23, Raul Montañez, forcing the kick save on the split from Naya. Nice touch from David Riley, but that attack goes nowhere. Midwest on the counter.
Really good work there from Eric Carey. I mean, Isaiah Meyer is shifty and great on the ball. Good positioning defensively to lock down that shot. You know, Midwest wins a corner, but luckily it wasn't a shot on goal.
Garcia's try is blocked
by Eric Carey again. Have to wonder if he's the masked man playing with passion and desire here today.
He's breathing heavy with 45 seconds to go in half number one. Sustainability is the biggest question right now. We've seen Midwest United. We know what they can do. But for Capital,
Eric Carey wins the ball.
Here he goes again. Oh, Vicario! Right next to his chest, gets his hands up.
Excellent save from Vicario. Outstanding effort. Never a fun situation to see a 1v keeper coming straight at you. Vicario, great positioning, great awareness. Oh, Gio Garcia almost handled that ball. I don't know why his hand was going up, but he almost grabbed it out of the air.
Vicario is going to
get
a yellow card.
That would have been devastating if he did. Yeah, Vicario just time wasting right there. Did not want to let them get
Didn't
this
want him to
corner
get the
kick
corner
off.
in. So a deserved yellow there. And we head to the locker room. A 3-3 deadlock. In surprising fashion with Capital taking the lead not once but multiple times. And the biggest question, I've said it a couple of times for me, is sustainability for Capital Futsal. Can they sustain this effort through the whole game? They're moving a lot of pieces in this game by sheer effort and taking their chances, and it's coming out well for them. But Midwest have had opportunities. And really, when their goals have come, it feels too easy. So what will the second half look like? We'll tell you after this short break. But before we go to break, Gerard, If we end right now, who's in and who's out?
If we end right now, Lansing City is your 3 seed, and they get to play Olay Futsal Club with our first semifinal matchup.
Wow.
In the second semifinal matchup, it would be Shoreline FC against Shoreline City FC against Chicago House.
Chicago House. As it stands right now, a draw in this game means neither of these teams move on. We're going to take a short break, and when we come back, second half action, you're watching the Futsal Champions Series National Showcase on FCS Live. Don't go anywhere.
Committing a crime so you can try to escape from prison. Bad idea. Going to the pod escape room to play an escape game with your friends. Great idea. Test your skill as an astronaut in outer space. Find Santa in Save Christmas. Or take a vacation to an abandoned island. Just don't get stuck there. The Pod Escape Room. Learn more at thepodlansing.com.
Are we live? Who knows if we're live? I don't know. But Fikret Hasovic with the goal. I mean, we just started. We're not even 30 seconds in, and Fikret Hasovic takes the lead for Midwest United. Wow. That catches Capital Futsal by surprise. That is not how they want to start this second half whatsoever.
Now we were waiting to go back live and get the count in from our producer when that happened, and it happened so fast. And this is part of the sustainability thing. I think that is going to be a big question.
And here it is. So Midwest is winning this match by 1, but it would go to the third tiebreaker, which would be goals for, and Chicago House still has the advantage. So it would still be Lansing City, 3 seed, Chicago House, 4 seed. There was a push there from Anthony Leon, but no foul call against Jared Gill. Very surprising.
Toe poke from Gerardo Montañez at the near post.
Why not a foul? Look at this push just in the back.
Yeah,
Jared Gill falls down. No call. You know, as much as we love to see them allow physical play and allow them to play through contact, we should never see people get pushed in the back and then no foul be called.
Capital go all the way back to goalkeeper Naya. Cody Bugart with it down the line to Ethan Ryder. He also got a little push
in the back. He at least maintained his balance. I'm okay with a no call there. Play through. That's fine.
Saldanas. We didn't see much of Saldanas in the first half,
did we? We did not see a lot of him, no.
I was going to say, I feel like this is the first time I've seen him on the floor for this game, but I wasn't bold enough to say that. Now here comes Hasovic, Anthony Leon, causing Naya to come out of goal.
Wow. Great ball control from Saldanas. He couldn't do anything, or from Anthony Leon, but he couldn't do anything with it. Impressive display just to maintain possession through that.
Anthony Leon's pressure wins it. Naya comes up to save face. Anthony Leon again. It finds the foot of Hasovic. Back to goal. And now Montañez Left foot toe poke, high and wide. So you said as it stands now, it would be a tie between Midwest and Chicago House.
Mm-hmm. And Chicago House has the third tiebreaker, which is goals for.
And how much do they have it by?
They have it by 2.
Wow. Hasevich trying to connect with Gerardo Montañez, who's nearly there.
So if it stays a 1-margin game, right, if it's a 1-margin victory for Midwest, they would need to score 7 goals to beat the goal differential.
So if they score 6, then it moves on to the next tiebreaker, right?
Goals conceded.
Which is goals conceded.
Which we have some contention here if goals conceded will be the same or not.
Great save there from the
and if goals conceded is tied, it would then go to it would go to disciplinary action. So basically, who had the most or the least yellow cards and red cards, which I need to do some record keeping to figure out which one has less, because I'm not sure off the top of my head.
We'll see if we get to that point. A lot of crazy things that could happen. And, of course, Capital has been leading for much of this game, so don't count them out yet. Hasevich to Anthony Leone, back into the middle, but Miles Telemaca's there.
Which you never know. If disciplinary action could come down to it, the yellow card that Jose Vicario picked up just to stall the end of the first half literally could be the difference between them making it into the semifinals or not. How heartbreaking would it be to miss out on the semifinal because you delayed the restart?
Wow.
And speaking of Vicario, we actually have a new goalie. We saw Marco Narvaez in the first half.
Narvaez.
Or in the first game. Narvaez.
Yep.
And he was really solid. Really excellent contributions from him against Olay. Ultimately, he did give up a couple of goals that led to the loss, but he still was really fantastic, and he put in a great shift.
Yep, so we see goalkeeper Marco Narvaez in net.
I mean, I think any goalkeeper that goes against Olay, if they only give up 2 goals and a half, I'm taking that away as a W.
Hasevich on the outside, face up by Halt. Space on the inside, too much space. Naya with the kick save. Good placement from Hasevich.
Yeah, Naya doing some good work back there. He's already got 14 saves on the evening.
Gio Garcia back in for Midwest. He has it here. Isaiah Meyer with him. And down the line, back into the middle. And now here comes Ethan Ryder. Jared Gill. Nice touch on the slide. Can he keep it under control? For the time being, does, and finds Ryder.
Yeah, good composure to maintain possession there for Jared Gill, but win back by Eric Carey. And Gill cannot connect on it. So I was saying good composure from Gill to maintain possession, but really poor effort to not even get a shot off in such a dangerous position.
That would have been a big one for Capital to draw this back even and show in the second half their ability. And nice play from Carey, and I think that's Ryder, Ethan Ryder on the far side. Kicking it over the net, David Riley. Not a bad defensive play. Definitely some risk to that.
Yeah, definitely risky.
Definitely some risk. Corner kick for Midwest. Isaiah Meyer into Jareth Alvarado.
Yeah, this is the first time we've seen Alvarado in action in the FCS. He did not play last season for Midwest United.
No, that's correct. We did see him in the first half today. So this is the first time that we are seeing him. We have a save from Naya, and he comes up with the follow-up, Alvarado, but well wide. Naya, too's got to fish that ball out of the stands behind him. His distribution poor, and a turnover. Saldana's keeping it at his feet, beats one, beats two, to the back post. And a kick save from Naya.
Yeah, another nice save from Naya.
Ceiling touch, I think, but doesn't really matter.
It was already out.
Already going out in the same spot. Alvarado with it now. Finds Isaiah Meyer. And a good play from Cody Bugart on the defensive effort. And they maintain possession as well. At the foot of Naya. Taken away.
Isaac Cervantes, strong effort defensively to win that ball. And if you ever have trouble knowing who Cervantes is, just look for the glow up with the shoes. Sparkle, yeah. Sparkle.
Yes, it is about the shiniest thing in this building. He gets it here. Pass back to Isaiah Meyer. That was a good
that great idea. Really great combination. Isaiah Meyer just not even close to being on frame. Poor effort. Very uncharacteristic for him.
So just under 10 minutes gone in half number 2. Midwest have broke the tie with a single goal in this half, leading 4-3. And as it stands right now, if this result holds, Shoreline City is the 1 seed, Olay is the 2 seed. That will never change. Lansing City would be 3, and Chicago House would be 4.
4, yeah.
Now, here's where it gets interesting. You talked about earlier, if Midwest wins by 1, they have to score multiple goals. But if they get a second,
if they win by 2,
if they
they're
win
in.
by 2, they are in for sure no
if
matter
they
what.
win by 2, because their goal differential will be +1, and Chicago House's goal differential is 0.
So that is the
And it goes back. It goes back to how Chicago House showed up against Capital Futsal, and that's one of the biggest challenges. You know, Lansing City capitalized on their if you want to say inferior opponent. They capitalized by scoring as many goals as possible, and they were aware of it. One of the things I talked to Matt Alishari about some of the decisions about playing time against Grace Futsal, like why didn't we see some of the younger talent? And he said we knew how important every single goal was, and so we played that entire match as if we were playing Olay Futsal Club. They wanted to score as many goals. They wanted to have their best 5 on the line, on the court at the entire time. And one of the things that we just didn't see the same intensity out of Chicago House against
against Capital.
Capital, against Capital. We didn't see the same intensity against Capital as we saw against Olay. They showed up against Olay. If they would have showed up against Olay the way that they did against Capital, the way they did against Olay, we wouldn't even be talking about who's in right now. Chicago House would be in.
Ball over the end line, corner kick for Isaiah Meyer. Takes it quickly. Leaving it is Montañez. Anthony Leon was trying to find Hasovic.
Because we're seeing a lot of the same things that we saw at a Chicago House, we're seeing from Midwest United against Capital right now. Midwest United is not playing to the ability that they played against Olay earlier this morning.
And it's one thing that's tough. I mean, this is probably true for many sports, not just futsal, but there is something to say about like when you're playing a team that is less talented, it can be hard to maintain the same level because you're just playing.
You're expecting to win. You expect,
and also like the way the game is played is different as well.
That's
so
true.
It's like it can feel a little more chaotic. It can feel a little more crazy, and so sometimes those factors play a big role. And when you think it's going to be, one-sided, it ends up not being because of some of these factors.
Yeah, that's true. And it's one of the things that Lansing City did do well in their matchup, and something that historically we haven't seen from them. When they've played inferior opponents, we've actually seen the same type of thing out of them as well. So, that's a welcome difference, and you have to wonder how much of an impact does the leadership of somebody like Diego Bobadilla add to that team? Because the fact that you have 2 U.S. national team players on your first line, like that's so massive of an asset, not only skill, but from a leadership perspective of helping to maintain control and flow of the game.
Timeout here called by Capital Futsal. Great time to let you know about our sponsor for the FCS live. It is Ally Marketing, your friend in marketing. If you're looking for a friend in the marketing space, social media, graphic design, websites, anytime that you might be reaching a customer, Ally Marketing could be that friend for you. Check out allymarketing.us, ALLY marketing.us. Ally Marketing is the official marketing partner of the FCS. Ally Marketing, let's be friends. 9:29 left in the second half. Midwest United with a 1-goal advantage.
Does Gio Garcia in this huddle right now know that if the scoreline stays what it is, they're eliminated?
I don't know. You would think that you would need to. You'd
You
think
need
that
to
you
know
would
that.
need to know.
But it is really complicated.
But it is
it is.
it is a little bit complicated. But
And especially he's playing as well.
Right.
So, like, that's the other factor. He has to be focused on playing. And I have to imagine, just from my own perspective of knowing the situation as a player, that they're just fighting to win and that they're not thinking about goal differential at all.
I mean, for me, if it was me, I would be saying, guys, we have to win by 2.
You think you'd know that before the game
I think
even
you would
started?
know that you have to win by 2, and then you would probably know that there's a chance that if you win by 1, you can, but you have to score a lot. So I'd be like, hey, we have to win by 2, and we have to score a lot. That's what I'd be focused on.
Yep.
So play restarts as we tick down to just 9 minutes in the final group stage of the FCS National Showcase here in Lansing, Michigan. Capital loses it. Hasevich can't capitalize.
And there are
on
a
it.
lot of opportunities that Midwest United is creating. When we look at shots just today, there are over 40 shots in this match. So it's not for a dearth of opportunities. It's just a lack of conversion on the opportunities that they are creating.
Isaiah Mayer back into Leon. Doesn't really get a good try on it.
Yeah,
Now
but
Eric
again,
Carey the other way. Can he make something of this? Great defense from Isaiah Meyer.
Yeah, and once again, another fantastic opportunity for Midwest United. Anytime you get Anthony Leon inside the penalty area with the ball running free, you expect that to end up in the back of the net.
Wow, Miles Telemak almost had himself a golden opportunity. Naya steps up, reaches out to save that chance. Now Capital Futsal regain possession. Cody Bugart, 2 defenders for Midwest. He keeps it at his foot and finds Telemak. His strike well off the mark. Restart from Narvaez. Pressure from Capital Futsal. Miles Telemak picks it up, but the return pressure from Jareth Alvarado too much. Midwest with the kick in now. Telemak steps up. He's kind of grabbed there by Isaac Cervantes. Surprised we didn't hear a whistle sooner. Had some late whistles on that far side today. We see that foul again.
And time is running out for Capital Futsal's chances to move forward in this tournament. At this point, they would need to win by 6 goals, and there's not a lot of time left for them to win by 6. So that means they're down by 1.
With to score
they
7.
would need to score 8, because 1 to tie, and then they need to win.
Wow.
Oh, no, you're right, 7. 7 goals.
7.
So they need 7 goals in 6 minutes if they're going to move forward in this tournament.
But they can
knock out Midwest.
And
if the result holds as it is right now, they will
accomplish
so
that.
whether they score 5 goals or hold the result as it is right now, either way they knock out Midwest.
Aggressive play between Pivo and Fixo results in Isaiah Meyer attacking out for a kick-in. Under 6 to go now.
And no matter how this game ends at this point, with only 5 minutes left, Capital Futsal has to be really proud of the effort that they put forth today.
And they have kept the scoreline very close in this one. They were up by – were they up by 2 in this game?
They were.
They were up by 2.
They were up by 2 early. 2-0, and then Midwest scored, and then they went back up again 3-1.
Yep.
Ooh, great save. Naihu, that's his 20th save now of the evening.
He's been active.
Very active.
Anthony Leone now. No space for him. Cervantes runs through, and back to Hasevich we go.
Ooh, really
up to
interesting.
Flord. Narvaez, excuse me. Turning his Meyer, and a save from Naya.
Anthony Leone did not see on that kick-in that Isaiah Meyer was free right at the top of the arc. Huge missed opportunity, but favored Hasevich. Oh!
Hasevich goes high.
He doesn't care if they missed an opportunity earlier. He capitalized on that one. Fantastic
That's a huge
shot.
goal.
That is a huge goal. That goal right there puts Midwest United through. Chicago House is now outside of the playoffs looking in.
I know we've talked about this, but just how disappointing it would be for Chicago House to have the performance they did against Olay and not make it through. I mean, they should have won that game.
They should have. Yeah,
Wow.
Incredibly disheartening. Capital Futsal needs to score here. Otherwise, Chicago House is eliminated.
So Chicago House are Capital Futsal's biggest fans right now, cheering for at least one goal. Naya 2 distributes to Jarrett Gill, not on the same page as Halt. And
You have
Midwest
to
not in a
wonder
hurry.
if in the last 3 minutes we'll have any roster additions for Capital Futsal, any reinforcements that come maybe via Chicago House loan for the last 3 minutes.
We're going to loan you a player just for 3 minutes. I think
That would violate tournament rules.
there would be at least one person who said no to that. At least. That is my guess. Less than 3.5 to go. At this point, Capital Futsal's hopes of making it through are no longer, barring something we've never seen before. However, they are playing for Chicago House for their way to get through. Midwest currently in the driver's seat. Less than 3 to go. Eric Carey. Left foot, Jared Gill. Another one. Save. Another save. Did it get through? It got through. David Riley.
And Chicago House is cheering.
Relentless.
Wow.
They would not stop. And they are down 1 goal, but this is a huge goal in the
Huge
big
goal.
scope of things.
Wow. That means so much for Chicago House. More so than it means for Capital Futsal. Capital Futsal still walking away with the loss, but right now Chicago House is back into the playoffs. And they are cheering.
Look, Chicago House has made a sign. They made a sign. Or no, they borrowed it. I think they borrowed it is what they did. They love it. They know it needs to happen.
On Capital Futsal, they're not okay with just losing in this game. They want a result.
Here's
Oh,
Jared
nice move
Gill.
by Jared Gill.
Oh, left foot strike, not quite there. Yeah, I think Capital Futsal's fan base tripled in size this game. Hasevich still fighting for a Midwest chance to make it in. 90 seconds to go. We've had crazy things happen in the last 90. Can Midwest get it to go their way this time? Isaiah Meyer. Blocked. Ethan Ryder. Thought maybe he got a little bump, nothing there. Gerardo Montañez, I think Midwest know they need one. I think they know they need one. Intercepted. Jared Gill, Charles Holt. Save, Marco Narvaez. Corner. 60 seconds to play. Uh-oh. Midwest, Naya has to come way up. He clears it. Naya clears it. Midwest fighting. to get into the semifinal, and Capital fighting just as hard. 40 seconds to go. Charles Halt with the ball. Time and space. They want to win. They want to draw. They want a result in this game. Oh, Halt gets whistled for a foul. Not the worst thing in the world. I mean, for them, they're trying to tie or win this game.
20 seconds.
This one all the way to Naya. And Chicago House says, hold it, hold it, hold it. 12 seconds, 11 seconds, 10, 9. This is it right here. Midwest might have one more chance. They have to go now. 3, 2, 1. Ladies and gentlemen, Capital Futsal. They lost this one by 1, but they knock out the FCS finalists from last year and the tour champions. Chicago House is through.
Wow. Wow. Wow.
We have had some exciting finishes today. This is absolutely amazing.
This is so massive. And for those watching at home, there's a higher level of excitement, even than what was happening in the arena. Because in the arena, it was exciting watching. But for so many people, they don't have the privilege of listening to all of the breakdown of all of the playoff seeding and what this meant.
Wow.
because
Look at this.
I have to.
2 players with 15 shots.
I mean, the pressure.
Hasevich and Meyer.
The pressure they put on.
Put it on the pressure.
Relentless.
But no lack of shots for Capital. They had quite a bit. Just a lot more for Midwest.
Yeah.
Oh, my goodness. And for Capital, I mean, they're not really playing for Chicago House, right?
No, they're not.
They're
playing for themselves.
to get a draw, to get a win,
Yeah,
right? They're playing for a win, and so they come up kind of disappointed. But I'm sure there's a lot of value to take away for them.
Absolutely.
I mean, this is the result they got against one of the best teams in the FCS.
Yeah, so they walk away in this tournament, even though they lost 2 games. They only lost those 2 games by a combination of 2 goals.
2 goals.
That says a lot.
To 2 teams
that
who
were
lost by 1 to Olay.
Exactly. So, I mean, ipso facto, that's 4-goal differential across 2 games against Olay.
Yeah.
That's a testament to really like their growth and development as a team. When we had the FCS tour in Lansing just over 2 months ago, they did not show up this way, this competitively. And so,
that's a big step for them.
That's a huge
step for them.
Huge step. And there's a lot of players that were like, like their bodies on the court. But like Jared Gill, Eric Carey, really great effort. Miles Telenuk, really, really great effort tonight, and they showed it consistently. We talk about Jared Gill being like the Energizer Bunny.
Yeah.
And Midwest United now, I don't know if they're aware that they were eliminated. And I know you're saying like they're playing for the goals. I don't know.
I feel like they were going quick at the end, like not in a way to like slow it down. And the way Chicago was celebrating, you'd think that they would.
Yeah.
That they would know.
That's tough. It's tough for them to walk away 90 seconds difference between them beating Olay and now they're eliminated.
Yeah.
Like that, you take that 90 seconds away.
Yeah, that's true, because we were talking about where Chicago House was in their performance, but Midwest was in a similar position.
Same exact position, right? It just happened a little earlier in the game.
By like 15 seconds.
Yeah, so, wow, Olay coming away with 2 last-minute victories.
Yeah.
And if either of those games ends in a draw, even. So, like, it's not just the result that ended up, but if either of those matches ends in a draw and there's not those 2 goals in quick succession.
Yeah.
And,
that changes everything,
too. Jake George talks about it all the time. Momentum.
Right.
That 90 seconds that Olay took the momentum with the first goal and then capitalized with a second goal.
It's crazy.
That's the difference, literally, in who's advancing to the playoffs and who's not.
So a huge step for Capital Futsal. A lot of good to take away from this. They did it not once but twice. It may not have been the prettiest, but they had some solid attacks and pressure, and they were relentless. And I think the question is the same for them. It's the sustainability, right? Like they've shown it. So like, can they continue to show it at this kind of a level? Can they limit some of the easy ones that Midwest had? That's huge for them. On the other side, for Midwest United, very disappointing to not even make it through to the semis.
Yeah, it's incredibly frustrating. Like, that's one of the things that has to be disheartening. For them, not winning was a disappointment. And so now to not only not win the whole tournament, but to not even make it into the playoffs, it's frustrating. And, they are integrating some new players, so maybe they can take away some wins. We look at, like, Marco Narvaez in goal. Like, that's huge for them to be able to develop some players. So,
and Daniel De Leon either. That's a huge factor.
And figuring out who adds that creative flair that he brings. Because, again, he was the assist leader last season in the FCS. So that's a huge challenge for them to be able to replace. And someone like Manny Bedoya, we didn't see a lot of the goal scoring today that we saw last tour. And so how do we get more integration from him offensively? And what was it that was different? Like, what was it about last tournament that he was able to be the leading goal scorer, and in this tournament we didn't really see that type of action or success out of him creatively?
We really didn't see him on the court even
as
much.
Not much. I don't know what was going on. I think that it's some of the factors. Who knows? Like, we're in the middle of the outdoor season for a lot of players that play outdoor soccer, and so when you think about the indoor game and playing futsal and coming over, is that a challenge? Is that maybe what's happening? And some of the players like Joseph Abden, he's rostered, but he didn't show up today. So, what factor did that play?
So, speaking of outdoor game and availability, let's take a quick look at what is to come. So, we know that Shoreline's number 1, Olay's number 2, Lansing City's number 3, Chicago House 4. So, the first game, I believe, unconfirmed, but it's going to be the 2 seed and the 3 seed, which is Olay and Lansing
City. Wow.
That is an exciting game.
That's going to be huge. And here, this is one of the biggest challenges for Lansing. They're playing without 3 of their best players.
Because of the outdoor game.
Because of the USL2 game for Lansing City.
Drew Barney, Jack Fisher, Luciano
I don't know
present.
if you couldn't beat Olay with Drew Barney and Jack Fisher. Luciano missed in the exhibition match, but they had Rafael Hernandez on loan. So now you don't have Rafael Hernandez, you don't have Jack Fisher, you don't have Drew Barney. You do get Diego Bobadilla, so that's a win because he didn't play in the exhibition match. And they were really competitive in the exhibition match, but Olay really controlled that game. And so today, it's going to be a tall task for Lansing City. And so really, who shows up? The Lansing City against Grace Futsal or the Lansing City against Shoreline? If it's the Lansing City against Shoreline, Olay's going to walk away with the victory. If it's the Lansing City against Grace, I mean, they look sharp. They look
it's
crisp.
2 completely different games.
It is, but we talked about this, right?
The number 1 seed in the tournament now versus the bottom.
It is.
Very different.
But you weren't really impressed with Shoreline, even though they're the number 1 seed. You weren't really impressed, and you thought it was like some of the mistakes, which it was, by Lansing City that led to it. So even though they're the number 1 seed, Olay's still really the best team. And, thinking about how both Chicago House and Midwest United showed up against a team on paper that was nowhere near as talented as them. They played really competitive matches against Capital Futsal, whereas Lansing City, against a team on paper, Grace Futsal, that's nowhere near as talented as they were, they dominated.
Yeah, definitely.
No matter how you put it, they dominated the game. So they showed a level of mental maturity that in a lot of ways other teams haven't shown even in this tournament, let alone in last season. That was one of their areas of opportunity. It was that mental maturity in games that they should have won. And so that's one of the things. We go back to a lot of the third halves. We talked about Lansing City really contributing errors that led to goals for other teams. And it's all about that like mental maturity and how could they develop. And so maybe we saw something out of them at Grace Futsal that even without those 3 top talents, they come out against Olay, and every time they played against Olay, it's been competitive.
It's been very
no matter what. And a lot of the recent matchups against Olay, they haven't had Luciano either. And they've still been competitive. And now you add somebody like Diego Bobadilla, and we haven't really seen really top level play from him yet. And I think that's one of the things, just learning and integrating. He's only been with Lansing City for just over a month. I don't know how many practice sessions he's got, but I had the opportunity to listen to him and observe him in a practice session just this past week. And his level of understanding of the game of futsal is unparalleled. And you could hear it on the court. So, like, he's dishing out instructions and talking to the team. And Jeremy's, like, pausing and saying, like, hey, you all, you need to listen to this. This is, like, very, very important advice that you're getting
Yeah.
from Bobadilla, and to hear somebody like Jeremy Kleppel say that about another player,
Yeah.
that speaks volumes. And so to add that leadership to this Lansing City team, that means a lot.
That's an exciting one. Lansing City Olay coming up as the first semifinal, slotted for 6:15 p.m., I believe. Yeah, 6:15 p.m. Check the schedule just to verify me, but I'm like 90% sure. 6:15 p.m. is the first one. And then second semifinal, 8:45 p.m. It's going to be Shoreline. Are you double-checking me?
I'm double-checking.
You're double-checking me. But the second one, 6:15 is correct. So Shoreline is going to play at 8:45 against Chicago House.
No more running clock.
And
that's
it's a full
huge.
game, no more
That's
running
huge.
clock. We're going to see futsal in its purest form.
Yeah, this is massive, especially for a team like Olay. So as tight as they played against Midwest United and Chicago House, Olay is incredibly deep. They run 3 lines, depending on who shows up, and we know we'll get to see Daniel De Leon later today as well.
Yep.
So they have so many talented players, and you give them 2-3 minute shifts, that means that they're fresh throughout the entire 40 minutes.
Yeah.
In a way that we just don't see that. Like, for Chicago House, Rafael Hernandez, Vinny Da Silva, Ivan Sereno, they played 95% of the time.
They played a lot.
I don't know if they will be able to do that and remain competitive throughout. But at the same time, Shoreline, when the Mendez brothers were playing and active yesterday against Lansing City, they played the vast majority of the time.
Yeah.
Same thing.
Yeah.
So that will be a really interesting matchup because Shoreline City is not that deep. And, it doesn't seem like Chicago House is as deep either as a team like Olay or Midwest. And now to have them pitted against each other, it will be really interesting. So I'm looking Chicago House take away the victory. I know we got Mendez and they play strong, but I'm looking for a rematch.
Wow.
Chicago House, Olay in the final.
Wow, that would be something, wouldn't it? And these are two teams in that second semifinal we're still learning a whole lot about. We've only seen Shoreline in 2 short matches. We'll see them in their first full length, and we'll see Chicago House in their first full length.
Yeah, this is
as
the
well.
first full length for Chicago House.
So tons that we're learning about these teams. That's going to start 6:15 kickoff is the first semifinal, and then 8:45 p.m. is the kickoff for the second. We'll probably start our coverage right around 5:45, 6 o'clock. So come on back at that time. But for now, we're done with the group stage. We're closing that section of the National Showcase, and it's on to the knockout rounds, the semifinals. Wow, this has been so exciting. What an amazing tournament so far. Today has been thriller after thriller. There was one game that wasn't as thrilling, but most of them have been just thrillers to the very end, and it's going to continue later on today. So don't miss the action right around 6 p.m. tonight. We're going to go live with the pregame coverage of the semifinals and, of course, the final on Sunday at 6:30 p.m. Wow, we still have a lot to go. Not as many games ahead of us,
but
a lot of tournament to go.
Yeah, and one of the things, we have so many games in a condensed amount of time. The running clock really takes away a lot of the strategy of futsal, and it takes a lot of time away from the teams. So a 40-minute game can take an hour and a half to 2 hours. Right, and so we just played 44 minutes, and so you can see how right away that almost doubles the length of the game from a standpoint of how much time is stopped, and it creates it's a tremendous measure of endurance to be able to withstand that time, and so the stamina is probably one of the most important components that is different from the running clock game to the full time.
And some of these teams have played both of their short games today, so it'll be essentially technically their third game, but maybe kind of like second.
But still a lot.
Game.
Yeah,
but that's a big deal.
We did not see. I'm trying to think back to last season when teams played like back to back. It was very seldom that they'd play one night and then the next night, and teams that did it like Midwest FC were unsuccessful.
Yeah.
Right, because of how much toll it puts on your body to play back to back, and so. Even though they're condensed games, that puts a toll on your body. So somebody like Lansing City is going to come in fresh. So that's another component that even though they're missing a couple of their core components, Olay's already played 2 condensed games today.
Yep.
This will be their third match, whereas Lansing City's coming in fresh.
Yeah, they're the only team that is coming in totally fresh today to that semifinal. And they face off Olay at 6:15. And that's going to be it for right now, closing the chapter of the group stage and on to the knockout round. Tonight, 6:15 kickoff, Lansing City and Olay. And immediately, well, actually not immediately following, there's a small break, but 8:45 p.m., Shoreline and Chicago House to determine who's going to duke it out for the title of the Futsal Champions Series National Showcase Champion on Sunday. That does it for this time, so come back to FCS Live channel on YouTube right around 6 p.m. for the coverage of the semifinals. From all of us here at the crew, Jared Kleppel, Gerard Ascani, thank you so much for tuning in, and we'll see you tonight.
Committing a crime so you can try to escape from prison. Bad idea. Going to the pod escape room to play an escape game with your friends. Great idea. Test your skill as an astronaut in outer space. Find Santa in Save Christmas. Or take a vacation to an abandoned island. Just don't get stuck there. The Pod Escape Room. Learn more